A very good morning to one and all present here, and who were joined virtually. Welcome back to the second day of the virtual international conference on environmental imagination and greening of literary studies. As you all know, prayer is how we press our hands into the invisible and find the hand of Christ reaching back. It is putting ourselves in the hands of God and seeking His guidance and wisdom. May I now call forward Mr. Steve Loonley, Assistant Professor of English, to offer the opening prayer.
Let us all bow our heads for prayer. Our Heavenly Father, the God of all mercies, thank you for this new day, Lord. Thank you for the blessings that you shower upon us, Father, Lord. Father, we seek your mercy and your guidance and your support as we begin this meeting, Lord. Father, we especially surrender the keynote speakers, the faculty members, and the students into your mighty hands, Father, Lord. As we begin this meeting, may your spirit of guidance, may your mercy shall be with us and help this session to be a meaningful session, Father, Lord. And may we find it a fruitful session. We commit everything into your mighty hands. We pray in Jesus' name. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Steve, sir. On the first day of this conference, which was yesterday, we had two renowned speakers, Professor Scott Slovic, University of Idaho, and Dr. Nirmal Selvamani, Dean of Central University of Tamil Nadu, who addressed the audience on the topics in media's res, complacency, vigilance, and the practice of medical environmental humanities during ongoing COVID pandemic, and when is the literary imagination green enough, respectively. The amazing opening day sessions paved way for us to dig deeper and to explore the avenues possible for research in the concepts discussed. May I now call forward the robust researcher of Bishop Heber, Dr. Suresh Frederick, UG Head of the Department of English and Dean of R&D, whose area of specialization includes eco-criticism among many, to welcome the gathering.
The dignitaries online, that is joined virtually, offline, the regular mode. Beloved participants from many colleges and my dear students, it's a great privilege for me to stand before you to welcome you all to this second day of conference and second day of deliberations. As per the tradition of college, I welcome our principal in absentia. He is always there at behind us, helping us and cajoling us to come up with this kind of conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being a great support. At this juncture, I wish to welcome our head of the department, Dr. Shobana. And she is the main motivator for this conference. Welcome you, ma'am. And at this juncture, I wish to welcome the coordinator of this conference, Dr. Shanti. And you know that Shanti is really interested in eco-criticism. Her thesis on eco-criticism. So she has chosen the right topic for us to deliberate on. I welcome you to this conference. At this juncture, I wish to welcome Dr. Dhanapal and all the professors from our department and especially the organizing committee members to this 2 days conference. A special welcome, a note of welcome to our beloved students. Especially, we have the second MA students sitting here. I think that will give a spark, at least to my wards, that may give a spark to them so that they can work on their project work. And I'm really happy to see third year students coming into this hall. I welcome you all to this conference. So it's a great honor for me to, it's indeed a great honor for me to have an apt person for apt academician for this deliberation, Professor Francois Bazong. Francois Bazong is an emeritus professor of literature in English at the Toulouse Jean Jaurès, France. She has 4 decades of teaching and research experience. Her research focuses on ecology and literature, travel writing, and on the relationship between landscape and writing in English, Native American and Canadian literatures. She has published and edited several books and many articles on mountains and literature, on the memory of nature, and on animal studies. She was the editor of Caliban, a French journal of English studies from 2011 to 2019, and president of SELVA, Society of Studies on Travel Writing in English from 2015 to 2019. She is a member of the Academy of Sciences, Inscriptions and Letters in Toulouse. She has published several collected poems, tales, short stories, and several books on regional culture. On behalf of the department and management, I welcome you, ma'am. Welcome. We can give an applause to her. The title of the conference, Environmental Imagination and the Greening of Literary Studies, proposes certain questions and tries to answer some of them. Starting from eco-criticism, William Ruckert, in fact, coined the term eco-criticism in the 1970s. After that, lot of deliberations have gone into this study, especially the greening of literature. But when you think of greening of literature, it is not a new area for Tamil literature. If you think of Tamil literature, you have a lot of poems on nature. And even if you come to English literature, we always think that the romantics are the ones, the Keats and others are the ones, of course, you have the nature writers. That's how we always perceive. But we need to understand that there are many second MA students here, you know that we have studied garden. So you find Andrew Marvell, a metaphysical writer who preceded the romantics, in fact, concentrated on nature writing. So greening is not a new area. Only thing is the greening is a new area of study. Okay, it is already there in literature, but we are here to look at that or read between the lines, or we try to rethink on the new lines, because this is what we are in, the world which is now deliberating on environment. Even you can find the government has introduced a paper or course for first UG students on environment. So that shows the importance given by the politicians, by the government. So we are at the right moment to deliberate on this. So we'll have a very good opportunity to deliberate on this. I welcome you all to this useful session. Thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you please be a little
I am
louder?
going to try to share my screen, perhaps, if it's possible, because I have some slides to pass.
Ma'am, please share, yes.
Sorry. Well, I'm not sure I'm. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to manage to share my screen.
Ma'am, if there are any issues, we can share the PowerPoint. The file
Yes,
is to share-
perhaps, yes, if you can do it from,
Yes.
from your place, because I can't manage to do it
No
right
problem.
now. Sorry. Okay.
We have the presentation ready with us.
Okay, thank you. Well, so first I would like to thank Bishop Heber College and all the organizing team for inviting me and for your generous presentations. This is a great honor for me to participate in this beautiful conference, and thank you to all speakers too. And my special thanks to Dr. Shanti for her passion, patience, her kindness, and all her reassuring messages. Well, it is still dark here in France because it is around 5:30 in the morning, but the sun is going to rise soon. Well, so with that somewhat strange title through which I address you, I would like to suggest that a solution to many problems and a way to change might be first found in the observation of the world. Seeing the beauty of the world, as well as realizing that beauty can appear in the most destructive elements, is starting being aware of one's place and role in the world. Why are we moved by the beautiful colors of a butterfly? Just because it is beautiful, or for some deeper reason? Is the perception of beauty just admiration, or the perception of a bond between our own life and the ephemeral life of a butterfly, whose beautiful colors draw our attention to what is essential? Sensing the world to understand the sense of our relationship with it, to listen to its music, to the birds' songs, the murmur of the water and the rustle of leaves in the wind, and to see the colors of the world as cairns guiding us on the way to conscience. And seeing the intolerable beauty of the colors generated by destruction, generated by human activities, may also lead us to realize that we can have an active role to stop shedding tears of sorrow in front of the destruction of our world, and to only shed tears of emotion in front of natural beauty, and make those tears be active water to restore the deserts we have created. The third slide, please. I'm not sure I can. So this is the outline of what I would like to say. So first, the last man, the last flower, or not. Writers and filmmakers have often imagined the collapse of our world and the last man trying to survive. Mohsin Hamid writes in The Last White Man, in order to have futures that do not cling monstrously to nostalgia for the past, we must imagine our futures, or rather, we must permit our imaginations futures to play with. So this is the note to the reader with which Mohsin Hamid explains his goal in his latest novel, The Last White Man. In that case, he imagines a society where gradually white people would see their skins turn brown and would discover what it is to become part of a minority first and to be the victims of violence then. In his novel, as all white people disappear, the society becomes peaceful again and conflicts disappear. The change of skin color generates a reflection on the concept of race and of simply the fundamental bond existing between all humans. They are all united by a same color, in brown, after that change, but the change is just a way of making them realize that they are linked, and they were already linked before that. The device of magic realism shows a radical change, bringing about a questioning. Should a uniform color be the only solution to make humans realize that they are all linked and to make racism and racial conflicts disappear? The radical change is meant to shake readers and to urge them to question themselves, exactly as Orwell did when he wrote 1984, which he had first called The Last Man in Europe, or Mary Shelley when she wrote The Last Man in 1823, or Margaret Atwood in her dystopia Oryx and Crake, translated into French as Le Dernier Homme, The Last Man. So these novels, using the fantastic science fiction or magic realism, using simply imagination to speak about a threatening reality, warn readers that changes are necessary if we want mankind to live on. What they have done to speak about threats over mankind, other writers do it about the threats on the non-human world. or by using the non-human word when they speak about climate change generating so many disasters throughout the world, about species extinctions, etc. So if you can pass slide number 4, please. James Thurber also used this notion of a last element in his small book, The Last Flower, a Parable in Pictures. The story starts in wartime, World War XII, and the first picture represents soldiers attacking an unseen enemy. To speak about the collapse of civilization and the disappearance of towns, cities, and villages, this text speaks about the destruction of all the groves of forest. It is a very short text, in fact, only one sentence throughout the book. The drawing showing the human world with many similar soldiers threatening a frightened family composed of a man, a woman, and a dog is opposed to the emptiness of the following drawings, representing broken architectural elements, the only living creature being a bird pierced with a piece of that broken world and falling from the sky. Then beheaded trees, like all the trees seen on war photographs, films, or paintings. The text evokes the fact that books, paintings, and music disappeared from the earth, that love had passed from the earth. In front of that general yielding to nothingness, it is a dying flower that saves mankind. Quote, "One day, a young girl who had never seen a flower chanced to come upon the last one in the world. She told the other human beings that the last flower was dying. Together, the young man and the girl nurtured the flower, and it began to live again. From the moment when the man and the girl bring the flower to life again, a bee comes back, then a hummingbird, then there were 2 flowers, and then a great many. Love comes back, and with love, children and dogs come back. The young man builds a shelter, everybody builds shelters. Joy comes back with songs and troubadours and jugglers and tailors and cobblers and painters and poets. The small flower has shown them the way to life, where art is important as it brings about imagination, dreams, and joy, and thus allows life to come back." The story could be read as a counterpart to Jean Giono's tale, L'homme qui plantait des arbres, the man who planted trees, except that Jean Giono's story is a tale with a happy ending, whereas The Last Flower proposes a circular narrative, always ending on destruction, since after the list of artistic or manual activities, there is a break, and soldiers and military people come back, occupying 2 double pages and a half. Political and religious totalitarianism bring about the same destruction. People separate, and every group wants to occupy the place where the other group live. After a Guernica-like drawing reflecting chaos, the book shows just a line on the blank page. Nothing at all was left in the world. Yet the following pages come back to the beginning, and in 3 pages we can read, except 1 man and 1 woman and 1 flower. And the book stops there, on the sad bending flower which had saved mankind before mankind fell into the same mistakes again. The fable shows the role of wars in the destruction of the world, humans and non-humans equally destroyed, but it also shows man's inability to draw lessons from history. A mere flower looks like a sign of hope, and it is, like the acorn planted by the shepherd in Jean Giono's tale. Jean Giono ended the tale on a note of hope. James Thurber gives a more pessimistic vision, but both of them speak about man's capacity to save the world by simply becoming aware of the smallest sign of life, whether human or non-human, by seeing the connection between everything, which can help him to understand the way to life and to peace. As Michel Serres said, we must decide to make peace between one another, to safeguard the world, and to make peace with the world, to safeguard ourselves. The story, made of black and white drawings, including a very strong drawing with Guernica-like accents, as I said, showing a shattered world, Guernica being also in black and white, this is the following slide, reveals the destructive weight of mankind on all life. Slide number 5, please. Guernica, a masterpiece by Pablo Picasso, slide number 5, thank you, was painted in 1937 during the Spanish Civil War to denounce the horrors of war. On 26 April 1937, the Spanish Basque city of Guernica was bombed by around 100 planes with no other purpose than to terrify the population who was favorable to the Republican government. The attack lasted 3 hours, and out of the 7,000 inhabitants, 1,645 were killed and 889 injured, according to the numbers given by the Basque government. Picasso, then living in Paris, read the article written by Georges Lothastier in the English Times, in which he told about the vision of horror he had discovered. And he painted Guernica. That black and white painting became the embodiment of the horrors of war. Colors can't be there when horror is at its climax. The last flower is also a denunciation of totalitarianism and wars, and it shows the solution in the bond between one another and between humans and the non-human world, here a flower. This flower is a spot of color even in the black and white drawings, as we imagine the color of the flower breaking the black and white world. If we can come back to slide number 4, please. The couple are drawn with black pencil strokes, but the flower, like the rising sun, if you remember slide number 4, are red. The tiny triangle of love, a boy, a girl, and a flower, like the rising sun, is red. The tiny triangle of love has saved the world a first time and may still save the world when the story is repeated. So the pessimistic story contains some hope yet in the fragile, fading flower. Writers and artists throughout centuries warn us, and yet things are worse and worse, and the world is now on the edge of a cliff where we have only two choices, either going on moving forward and thus falling into the void and disappearing, or stepping back and going gradually far from the edge of the cliff. To suggest that necessity of moving back, of stopping consuming always more, and thus contributing to the climate change destroying our world, of accepting to live a more simple life, of choosing ingrowth instead of growth. Writers and artists try to strike readers and viewers. They try to strike them either by showing the natural beauty of the world or by showing an artificial beauty, which is the mask put on destruction and death. In both cases, they just suggest to look. Could simply observation change things and reverse the general movement? The natural world is beautiful and full of colors, as we can see everywhere. If you can put slides number 6 and 7, or by seeing it from the sky, as in the photos by French photographer Jan Artis Bertrand on slide number 8. But humans are never absent, and slide number 9, the metal of the plain allows us to see the beauty of the Pyrenees, slide number 9. Thank you. The metal of the plain allows us to see the beauty of the mountains, but it also bars them. The colors of the world are beautiful, sorry, but their beauty is not always a positive beauty. Artists have shown through their photographs that beautiful destruction, as Louis Helbig said it, that intolerable beauty, as in Chris Jordan's work. What they want to do is to show a kind of beauty in which ugliness is hidden. And by showing that ambivalence, they want to lead people to the awareness of a terrible threat. The beauty of the world is changing side, and the false beauty of plastic bottles or of oil or mine extraction replaces the colors of flowers and wild mountains. Their art becomes action and a baton passed to us, so that we should be aware of a bond with organic earth and all its natural beauty, but also a bond with mankind, destroying that original beauty, and we are all part of it. So a few words about the colors of flowers to sense our connection with the world. I have always been struck by the taste of botanists for lists of flowers, for flower names, until I realized that it was part of their assertion of their connection with the flowers. John Muir, slide number 10, in his travels in Alaska, simply gives lists of flowers and plants to show the richness of the place. On the edge of some of the snowbank, I noticed cassiope. The thin, green, moss-like patches seen from camp are composed of a rich, shaggy growth of cassiope, white-flowered bryanthus, dwarf vaccinium with bright pink flowers, saxifrages, anemones, bluebells, gentians, small erigeron, pedicularis, dwarf willow, and a few species of grasses. Of these, Cassiope tetragona is far the most influential and beautiful. This use of list reveals the joy of discovery. In the mountains of California, Muir insists on profusion and colors, evoking a few new species introduced, such as the hill lupines, mints, and gilius. The colors show finely when thus held to view on the slopes, patches of red, purple, blue, yellow, and white, blending around the edge, the whole appearing at a little distance, like a map colored in section, end of quote. So the reader feels as if the text became the projection of the vegetable luxuriance and colors. Slide number 11, please. So I am going to let you read this long quotation, but you can just see the number of colors appearing concerning the flowers: cinnamon-colored bark showing fine upon the neutral gray of the granite, white flowers, Douglas spirea, evergreen oak, etc., orange wallflower, bosses of gold. So colors are everywhere in his descriptions. And the botanical precision conveys the naturalist's perception of the landscape. He wants to share his vision of the place and his connection with the place. By being aware of the profusion of plants, whereas the general impression in looking across the lake is of stern, unflinching rockiness, end of quote, he gives a scientific survey of the vegetable composition of the place, and at the same time, he shows how life emerges from the mineral world, how plants manage to find a place to live in the drier fissures. The description is a way of showing the capacity of natural elements to survive, and this speaks to the observer, as it places him or her in front of the fragility of each living element, including humans, including himself or herself. Observing the beauty of flowers surviving in a rocky landscape and using an anthropomorphic language when he evokes venturesome dwarf pines and spruces that lean out over fissured ribs and tablets or stand erect back in shadowy niches in an indescribably wild and fearless manner, end of quote, stresses human connection with these fragile flowers and trees. We all have to survive by adapting to the world, as the flowers and trees do. The same idea appears in Richard Neville and Stephen Nightingale's book, slide number 12, please. The Paradise Notebooks, 90 Miles Across the Sierra Nevada. Richard Neville says in slide number 11, what do we know of flowers? Of their wiliness and brilliance born of a ferocious will to live, of their ability to extract what they need to survive over their fleeting lives. Only so it can be given way. Consider the genus of flowering plants known as Castilleja, the paintbrushes. Species of Castilleja occur throughout the Sierra, from the oak savannas of the lowland foothills to the fragrant conifer forest, of the mid-elevation to the sky gardens of the alpine fell fields, almost to the very crest of the range, blossoming in flames of vermilion and violet and cream and silvery mauve. So the emotion in front of the beauty of colors, visually conveying the profusion of light and the fight for life, conveys the connection felt by the walker between those small vegetable bunches and his own conscience of life. So now I'm going to speak about awareness in the conscience of beauty perceived in colors. It's slide number 13, please. Diane Fossey's love for the beauty of the mountains of Rwanda started with her conscience of the beauty of Glenmarie, an old farm she had rented near Louisville. The colors of the landscape show that everything started for her in her capacity to enjoy beauty. Never have I seen any place as beautiful as this is now in autumn. At Glenmarie, the creeks are full of golden, red, green, and brown leaves from the forest. The pastures are still vivid green and are framed by trees that you would swear on fire. When I wake up in the morning, I just run to the windows all over the house and am blinded by the beauty. So the beauty of Glenmarie allows her to show the link between the beauty of nature seen in its multiple colors and all the life contained in it. A life that can be peaceful when animals and humans live in harmony, which is the case in her depiction, as you can read in the whole quotation. In the mountains of Rwanda, she reveals the beauty of the place. She also reveals the beauty of the place. After saying that she has seen, I quote, the most fantastically gorgeous country she never dreamed existed, end of quote, she reveals the beautiful colors of the place by night while she is under the tent, quote. When the moon is full here, it seems a sacrilege to be inside one's tent, for outside are screening the violet iridescent demands of snow-peaked volcanoes and etchings of lacy mosses and leaves against the silver blue sky, end of quote. So when we read these beautiful landscape paintings that filled her with the beauty of the world, we can imagine that her will to defend the world, to protect the gorillas in Rwanda, and to give her life for them was generated by her awareness of the beauty of the world she conveyed through the colors of life and colors and life. So now colors are meaningful, and among the meaningful colors, of course, there is the color green and the green forest of hope. Colors are present in all literary descriptions, either to show the reality of the natural world seen by travelers or to suggest symbolical associations in books of fiction. But that symbolism of colors has changed along the centuries and still changes according to cultures. The European medieval binary opposition between blue associated with faithfulness and green associated with falsehood by Chaucer, for example, but also linked with nature, can be contrasted with the association between blue and green in Chinese painting, since the word designated landscape in Chinese means painting in blue and green. Gillian Rudd's words about the mere word green, and it's slide number 14, may be helpful. And I would like to thank Professor Salvamoni for his so interesting analysis of the many uses of the word green yesterday. Well, Gillian Rudd says, the simple word has an unexpectedly wide range of associations, several of which have been noted by earlier scholars either in fairly straightforward linguistic terms or in particular literary studies. Now that it bears new meanings in the 21st century, it is surprisingly revealing to revisit this small word and explore the associations available in Middle English. Green for many now is good. It is for some at least the color of political awareness, equal respect for the human and non-human world, animal, vegetable, and mineral, both collectively as part of a larger and complete system, perhaps, and in its constituent parts as each animal, plant, or landscape is accorded intrinsic worth, end of quote. Well, in his study of the green color in Europe, he speaks about the ambivalence and uncertainty of this color that has positive as well as negative symbolical values. Slide number 15, please. According to French philosopher Michel Pastoureau, in his study of the green color, it is only at the Romantic period that it became the color of nature and later on of freedom, health, hygiene, sports, and ecology. And you spoke a moment ago about the fact that nature and nature writing did not start with Romantic people, and it was poets in the 16th century and even Roman writers spoke about nature. But the Romantics gave a political dimension to this vision of nature. And once again, I thank Professor Salvamoni, who yesterday quoted Blake and Byron's denunciations of and anxiety in front of industrialism. Well, along the centuries, there has been a drastic evolution of the meaning of the green color, from Chaucer's Green Knight or Shakespeare's green-eyed monster designating jealousy in Othello, to the green movement emerging in the 1960s and 70s to preserve nature rather than the environment, which means that we are at the center of it and we are not at the center of it. With, for example, the international organizations Greenpeace or the Green Belt movement. Green, which is logically associated with nature, is nowadays also associated with its preservation. When reading the deep role of colors in various texts, we can wonder whether the mere observation of colors can be the first step to awareness and to this awareness of a bond. Speaking about green, and this is slide number 16, please, I would like to mention one of the latest collections of poems by Nigerian poet, no, it's the other one, 17, so sorry. Slide number 17, thank you, sorry. It's by Nigerian poet Niyi Oshandare. The book is called Green, Sighs of Our Ailing Planet. And I would like to read one of his beautiful poems, Deep Green. Deep green, parenthesis, once upon a forest. Deep green, my testament as I forage. Through this forest of vanished glories, my memory, one shell of naked echoes. Roots have shriveled in earth's heat-harassed crypt. Blocked leaves float in the wind like flakes from careless scars. Long-limbed lumbermen have laid down the loins of the land. The yes-high birds have left with their rainbow songs. The desert marches toward the sea. The haughty, implacable army. Once, not too long ago, I talked to trees in this forest. and trees talked back to me, deep green. Shall we hear the poet's voice and the trees' voices that once answered him? Shall we hear the birds' rainbow songs again, when every man and woman were able to see a rainbow in a song? Well, now slide number 16, sorry to have reversed them. So when Scott Slovic describes the varieties of green in the forest where he experiences a detachment from chronological time, maybe by going far from chronological time, he starts learning how to talk and to listen to trees, how to talk to trees by listening to their green voice. His experience sounds like an immersion into the forest itself, into the green color. It is in an essay called Out of Time in his book, Going Away to Think. My room in the Rainbow Right apartment has a long window with a perfect view of green, and more green. There is the pale lime green of lawn, followed by a dense thicket of young Douglas firs with light new growth and darker green inner branches. And then come the tall and ancient trees down closer to Lookout Creek, about 30 of them, each over 200 feet tall and more than 500 years old. Why is there that gradation of greens described and multiplied if it's not to show an immersion in the green color corresponding with the immersion in organic time, the time of growing trees and ancient trees replacing the chronological time of the writer's watch imprisoned in a drawer? So now some words about the Blue Mountains of Dreams, slide number 18, please, which is both an illusion and a wonder of reality. When we look at mountains in the distance, their real colors are not visible and they only appear as beautiful blue geological shapes. This is what French mountaineer and artist Samy Ver saw as, quote, a blue dream floating above the plain, end of quote. That dreamlike quality of blue mountains in the distance appears as a symbol and a dream, and yet it corresponds to the physical reality of the telescoping, or rather the meeting of the material rock and immaterial air. Slide number 19 now. French physicist and chemist Bernard Valeur reminds us that colors are only an illusion when he says that light is constituted of electromagnetic waves, but those waves are in no way colored waves. So how do we perceive colors? In fact, colors do not exist as such. It is our brain that makes us perceive colored pictures reconstructed thanks to various kinds of physiological mechanisms involved in visual sensation. So when we admire the beauty of the natural world, we are first attracted to the profusion of its colors. This is the first paradox of our link to nature. Our aesthetic admiration of natural reality comes from an illusion, which is the scientific association of immaterial elements, electromagnetic waves, and our brain, that is to say, our body. An illusion depicts the most wonderful reality to appear later in the virtual world of text and images and enter every reader's inward eye, and thus convince them to protect that wonderful illusion, making reality bearable. This is perhaps why the perception not really of colors, but of the beauty their illusory and real existence create can generate the awareness of our bond with the world. Giving natural reality all its diversity and beauty, colors appear in many cosmogonies and are part of creation myth, particularly with Native Americans. It's slide number 20. They are at the core of the Navajo myth of creation, which was taken up by Scott Momaday in the opening of his novel, House Made of Dawn. Dipalo, that was a house made of dawn. It was made of pollen and of rain, and the land was very old and everlasting. There were many colors on the hills, and the plain was bright with different colored clays and sands. Red and blue and spotted horses grazed in the plain, and there was a dark wilderness on the mountains beyond. The land was still and strong. It was beautiful all around. So taking up the colors of the Navajo song evoking the creation myth, Momaday makes the landscape a reproduction of the myth and of the creation through the colors of the landscape. So doing, he clearly shows the link between the colors of the world and human existence as a link with the world and all its non-human elements. Slide number 21, please. The symbolism of colors meets their scientific existence as the green color, which symbolizes nature and life, comes from the shifting from shadow to light, according to Manlio Grosatin. The dialectic laws of colors are neatly always resolved in a triangular rotation, where the shifting from light to shadow or vice versa produces a color that is new, from yellow to blue or from blue to yellow, in comparison to the primary colors, but which is the most widespread in nature, green, Being the true color of nature, it simply explains the appearance of the two principles ruling every hue: shadow, blue, and light, yellow. Well, this quotation is quite important because you can see that all these elements mingling illusion and reality lead us to a questioning. Green is the mingling of shadow and light. So colors now to understand biodiversity. Slide number 22. When scientific writers show the abundance of colors in nature, it may be to let readers be aware of biodiversity. I let you read the titles of the chapters and role of colors mentioned in Alfred Russel Wallace's Tropical Nature and other essays, and you can see that colors are present everywhere. Well, this shows that it is at the core of his thought. And in Natural Selection and Tropical Nature, he says in Descriptive and Theoretical Biology, slide number 23, published in 1895, he writes about the colors of nature. I am not going to read that long quotation, but you can see the number of the lexical field of color appearing here. The word color appears many times. You have white blackbirds, white peacocks, black leopards, white bluebells, white, blue, and pale milkworts, etc. You have colors everywhere in this long quotation. So at the end of the quotation, he says, an extensive survey of the organic world thus leads us to the conclusion that color is by no means so unimportant or inconstant a character as at first sight it appears to be. And the more we examine it, the more convinced we shall become that it must serve some purpose in nature, and that, besides charming us by its diversity and beauty, it must be well worthy of our attentive study and have many secrets to unfold to us. And by the number of colors appearing in his text, he shows a profusion that invites the reader, a unique reader here, since it is a letter, to see the biodiversity that his letter reproduces. And his letter shows his questionings about what the colors prove. This reveals a thought in movement generated by the colors of nature. Wallace's observation of colors, slide number 24, led him to see the link between colors and natural selection. And he says, and you can note that it seems a fair conclusion that color per se may be considered to be normal and to need no special accounting for, while the absence of color that is either white or black, or the prevalence of certain colors to the constant exclusion of others, must be traced like other modifications in the economy of living things to the needs of species. Or looking at it in another aspect, we may say that amid the constant variations of animals and plants, colors is ever tending to vary and to appear where it is absent, and that natural selection, and this is what is important here, is constantly eliminating such tints as are injurious to the species or preserving and intensifying such as are useful. So Wallace sees the traces of natural selection in colors. But colors are also here to speak about rescuing fights. Jean Giono, with his book, The Man Who Planted Trees, Wangari Maathai, who made the fable a reality by creating the Greenbelt movement, and with hundreds of women in Kenya planted trees, and those brought life into the desert again. Sebastian Salgado, the Brazilian photographer, with his wife Leila de Luis Wanek, turned the brown devastated world into green, or also Pedro Fajardo and so many others. They changed the world by planting trees. Slide number 25, please. So if you look at those two photos of the area where Sebastian Salgado lived, at less than 20 years distance, we can see the difference between the destroyed area and the restored one through the colors. The brown destroyed forest, an area found one day when he came back from a long travel to take photos in the world, convey the reality of change. It was replaced, thanks to his action and his wife's action, into a green living area. Slide number 26, please. So colors convey this reality. And this also appears in the way artists evoke those fighters of the planet. Colors convey the change in Frederick Bach's film adaptation of Jean Giono's The Man Who Planted Trees, slides number 27 and 28, please. So this is the book, and now there is a film, a Canadian film, and whereas the beginning of the film shows a colorless world, the end is full of colors in a series of impressionistic frames, once the shepherd has restored the place by planting one acorn after the other, thus making life come back. Slide 29, please. Also, the book evoking Wangari Maathai, 2004 Nobel Peace Prize winner, and her life shows from the cover illustration, this is the book on the right, shows a world full of colors. And you can note on the photo that she's with Rose Slovic, another woman working all her life to repair the world, and who in 2020 was awarded the first Rose Slovic Justice Award, named after her to pay a tribute to her tireless action locally and globally. Together here, they celebrate life and make life overcome all deserts. Another fighter for the planet is the lawyer Pablo Fajardo. This Ecuadorian lawyer and activist has been leading the litigation against Chevron Corporation related to the environmental disaster that was caused by the oil operations of Texaco in the Lago Agrio oil field between 1964 and 1990. Slide number 30, please. So you can read the whole quotation. I would like to read just the last part. In 2007, Pablo was named a CNN hero. This award was given to ordinary people who have accomplished extraordinary deeds around the world. Pablo grew up in poverty and worked for many years as a laborer in forests and oil fields. He completed his secondary education in night school and earned his law degree via a correspondence course. His first case is the massive suit against Chevron. Slide number 31, please. And you can see here the cover illustration of a book about his life, Crude, a memoir, showing one of these laborers in forest whose living place was contaminated. Standing against a white background, looking up at the black title, Crude, green parts of a cleared forest frame him while his feet are on a black spot of oil. And you can see all the colors used within the book. And slide number 32. In the same way, the cover of the DVD of the film by Joe Berlinger shows a black silhouette with open hand in the foreground in front of what looks like the rainbow color of oil. As a filmmaker, Berlinger said, I had the rare pleasure of observing Pablo Fajardo for several years in the heat of his David and Goliath battle for environmental justice. His perseverance and dedication to his people and to the Amazon are remarkable. Pablo is a true hero in every sense of the word, and his story should inspire regular people everywhere to take a stand for basic human rights and the safeguarding of the environment. Well, following slide, please. Slide number 33. So I let you read this slide because it's quite long, but you can see that its action is very important. And this leads us to realize that the beauty of colors has a double function. Either it expresses life, like the frame of forest around the forest laborer on the cover of the book about Fajardo's life, or it conveys the threat on our world and all its inhabitants. Slide number 34. It's like that hand full of oil on the blue background of oil that shows that if the blue color may evoke the blue planet, the blue mountains of dreams, or the beauty of a gentian, it is also the blue color of the nightmare of pollution. Well, and now I'm going to speak about colors as a questioning and the rainbow-colored landscapes of destruction. Looking at wonderful sunsets or meadows speckled with hundreds of many-colored flowers can make tears surge in our eyes because these colors are the inscription of absolute beauty in nature. But colors are beautiful, whatever the context, and this is what nature writers and artists underline to make us aware of an intolerable beauty that is no longer a sign of wonder, but a sign of destruction. Kathleen Dean Moore, slide number 35. Kathleen Dean Moore, while included in the landscape of the marsh within the landscape, then underlines that double meaning of colors that leads us to question our place in the world. She starts saying, in the pink dusk, I ram my kayak through the ruled beds. Then she speaks about her struggle against the reeds, etc. And she ends saying, I catch a glimpse of a brilliant red head and a splash of white on its wings. He is beautiful. She speaks about the word she had called. And it confuses me to say, so was the forest fire. And she goes on. I have a photograph that a wildland firefighter took in just this place. There in the foreground is a green bank, horsetails and corn lilies, as I remember, and the flowing creek. Every splash and rifle glows orange against the blue. Behind the creek are a wave of purple lupine and then the green pines. The colors themselves are on fire in the purple stormlight of the smoke. The fire floods into the trees from behind. Orange flames swirl into blue eddies and wind the terrible dancing waves of creation and destruction below into red flames. So placing side by side the beauty of the colors of nature and the colors of the fire destroying the forest questions us. Slide number 36. On the photo by Sebastian Salgado, Kuwait, a desert on fire, a firefighter is wrapped in what seems to be at first sight to be a bright cloud of sparks facing the fire. The photo of that man alone in that hellish atmosphere is poignant and at the same time beautiful and terrifying. The caption informs us that he is protected from the extreme heat of the flames by the spraying of chemicals. The photograph shows us a beautiful face-to-face between the huge flame on the one hand and the cloud of chemicals surrounding the man on the other hand. Protected from a danger by another danger, he seems alone in a hell on earth. The photograph is terrible, and yet it is beautiful. There are those terrible dancing waves of creation and destruction evoked by Kathleen Dean Moore. Slide number 37. Flames are both frightening and beautiful. This is what this composition with orange, yellow and red fire threatening the green pine trees suggests. This is a soft way of reminding us of the constant increase of wildfires throughout the world due to climate change, that is, due to our own behaviors, as now in California, in France, in Greece, and many other countries. Being aware of that threatening beauty is perhaps a first step to try to fight that intolerable beauty. Some scientists found solutions in the use of some trees, slide number 38, like cypresses that could stop the fire. And the first weapon against wildfires would be conscience, not throwing butts, not starting campfires anywhere, etc. Kathleen Dean Moore's confusion to assert so was the forest fire and then to show the riot of colors in the wildfire participates of the same intention as the photographs by Louise Elbix in Beautiful Destructions and those by Chris Jordan's Intolerable Beauty and all those who insist on a new threatening coloring the world. So colors reflect the modern threatening metamorphosis of the world. When mountaineers represent a mountainous landscape, slide number 39, it is already a way of showing its beauty before changes transform it. All of them speak about the different forms of exploitation that they meet on their way. The construction of roads in mountain areas often worries them. Thus, Kev Reynolds, a contemporary English traveler, mountaineer, and author of mountain guidebooks and travel books, tells about a Pyrenean area that when he first visited it and walked in it was a real Garden of Eden with flowers everywhere. The transformation of nature is mentioned, but the valley is transformed by nature itself, as if in a magic metamorphosis. Day by day, the valley was being transformed by nature. But when he comes back there, this is another kind of change. Dusk was drawing on by the time we turned the bend into the upper sanctuary, and we were still on the bulldozed track that had not been there 18 months before. It led deeper into the valley with an urgency I feared. A concrete ford had been created through the river, and where vehicles had used it, their skidding tires had ripped the vegetation on both banks. A once sacred meadow land was scarred with dry mud and the imprints of wheels, not animals. Dwarf rhododendrons had been desecrated, and rainbow swirls of oil-colored puddles in the track. A sense of foreboding hung over me, and with every step I slipped deeper into a pool of dejection. Well, and he goes on and he speaks about the damage made by the urban motorized man, and he said at the end, where I wondered, will the Izzard go to drink now? So the colors of the flowers he had described previously are replaced by these artificial colors of refuse and by the false rainbow polluting mountain water. The strength of Kev Reynolds' description of the place stems from the true shout of revolt and anger that the painting becomes. His poetic style allows him to warn readers with sad echoes. The once sacred meadowland is now scarred. And this near anagram sums up the situation and the message. The sacredness of nature is literally scarred, irremediably wounded by the urban motorized man. The construction of the road had started a century earlier, but the damage had been made in 18 months only. In 18 months, for profit motives, the valley's innocence had been betrayed. Mountain beauty had been desecrated by the ugly intrusions. The strong words used by the mountaineers are meant to urge the reader to revolt, to become aware in turn of the destruction of mountain areas by the construction of roads meant to bring more tourists. The mountain remains, but all the terms suggesting an ominous future, like foreboding, are meant to draw the reader's attention to the necessity of preventing that kind of transformation from destroying the beauty of mountains. Slide number 40, please. So the rainbow coloring of oil evoked in Kev Reynolds' text can be seen on Helbig's photo, Rainbow Lava, in Canada. This is just the physical reflection of light in oil and the transformation of that physical reality into a beautiful picture showing a land in movement, paradoxically, that paradoxically denounces the metamorphosis. When looking at those pictures, and slide 41 too, this is the one of Alberta Mines, at the telescoping of their aesthetic beauty and of the terrible issue, we can only ask ourselves questions about what we see, in fact. Is this picture an image of beauty or an image of danger and horror? How can it be that such beautiful representations disturb us and instead of provoking admiration in front of the subject, appear as beautiful visions of horror? Louis Helbig wants viewers to think by themselves. The mechanism of paradox, the clash between an aesthetically beautiful image and a devastated landscape, disturbs us and thus questions us. When we look at a beautiful mountain landscape, a field of flowers or a butterfly, we feel a sense of wonder. In the case of Louis Helbig's aerial views of oil sands, wonder is impossible. Yet we see beautiful pictures, but wonder is impossible because that beauty is associated with destruction, with artificial devastation. In an interview, slide 42, Louis Helbig said, "So you have this landscape that is also situated in a broad swath of boreal forest with the Athabasca River running north, more or less due north through the entire thing. And then on both sides, there is this incredibly large, surreal, beautiful, destroyed landscape. I guess, in a way, it was a kind of emotional response. We were stunned by it. After, I don't know, maybe a half an hour or something of flying around, I blurted out on the intercom, Joseph Conrad, The Heart of Darkness." Well, it's probably that emotional response in front of devastation changed into beauty, an emotional response associating the beautiful destruction of Canadian landscapes with Conrad's novel about colonization in Africa that makes viewers aware of the horror of that beauty. The horror, as Kurtz said, the colonizer stealing ivory from Africa said. The beauty of Conrad's novel denouncing colonization and the beauty of Louis Helbig's photographs showing the exploitation of oil and tar sands in Canada both show the strength of art. But is the fact of showing a reality aestheticized by an artist's point of view a denunciation? The photographer's technique, he takes photographs from a small plane, gives him the position of an omniscient narrator. Photographers tell stories, and Sebastian Salgado constantly uses the word stories to speak about his photographs. They have a view of the situation from above. In his interview, he constantly alludes to airports, aircraft, helicopter, or plane, to his flying over those places. The movement of the journey is important, as it is because of that type of journey that he becomes aware of things he could not have seen from the ground. Flying over those devastated landscapes reveals many things to Helbig. Slide number 43. I was expecting to some extent, despite my desire to come at it with a few preconceptions as possible, to see holes in the ground and big trucks riding around, and there were lots of that. But I did not expect to see these incredibly beautiful, massive man-made lakes of brown toxic water with bits of oil floating hither and thither, being pushed around by the wind, end of quote. So the surprise comes from the telescoping of beauty and toxicity, from a land torn by lots of holes and these incredibly beautiful, massive man-made lakes of brown toxic water. Beauty stemming from destruction. In fact, the telescoping between the horror of the facts and the beauty of the representation is meant to develop people's capacity to think for themselves, to develop their imagination, and through that imagination, their awareness. Imagination, conscience, feelings, and emotions are on the same level. The sense of beauty in front of devastation necessarily arouses something in viewers' minds, a feeling that has something to do with the conscience of a belonging. The beauty of horror raises questions, arouses the imagination, and the addition of all those elements creates awareness. The journalist interviewing Luis Helbig quotes Sebastian Salgado and his photographs of gold miners in the Amazon. A debate had started, people saying, well, they're beautiful, and you made it look so beautiful, and it's a horrible hellhole, right? And Salgado said, well, you know, maybe through the aesthetic, people can still achieve a kind of reflective politicalness, right? The answer explains the double response to that kind of photograph, the beauty of which is in fact meant to accuse and to make people aware of the issues which the aesthetic representation throws light on. Slide number 44. Well, I'll let you read this quotation, and I can say that unlike Helbig, Salgado's photographs are taken from the ground, not from a plane. He often walks and has direct contact with the ground from where he sees his scenes, portraits, and landscapes. Lelia Wanek Salgado said that in 1984, the urgency of current events led Sebastião to travel for 15 months in Africa to photograph that huge tragedy, famine, which fell on the Sahel. The essential thing was then to bear witness to the disappearance of the human being. Salgado's black and white photographs, slide number 45, please, are poignant and extraordinarily beautiful. Simple tragedies are perhaps exposed with more poignancy in black and white. This photograph is called Kalema Camp, west of Tigray, Ethiopia, 1985, and the other caption is during the terrible famine in Sahel, Ethiopia, 1985. This composition is quite interesting. Around an old tree placed nearly at the center of the picture with another tree in the background, you can see lots of people who are sitting, looking sad and exhausted. Yet sunbeams shine through the tree branches to throw a nearly supernatural or magic light onto those men, women, and children. It is as if they were in a magic forest, and yet their sad appearance goes against the impression of magic aroused by the sunbeams crossing the tree foliage. There is something nearly mystical in this beautiful representation of the hardest reality. The beauty of some other photographs comes from the depth of people's eye, of the beauty of their faces. All those men and women have sad eyes turned towards the photographer. In the eyes of one of them, waiting in a clinic of Ade, Chad, in his sad and angry eyes of this refugee from Eritrea, carrying his dying son, and arriving at Wad Sherif Hakam, Sudan, there is the same exhausted sadness, no despair, no fear, only exhaustion, and some impossibility to understand. While fixing those gazes in pictures, the strength of which goes on haunting all those who have seen them, Salgado wants to be a witness and show the rest of the world, comfortably settled in their habits and only thinking about their immediate troubles, another reality. The same reality, in fact, as the quiet, comfortably settled viewers are also partly responsible for the horror of that famine. Can they understand that the steaks they are quietly eating can have some incidence on the lives of those people with those deep eyes? As Koclowicz said yesterday, these pictures and texts should suggest to every individual to change his or her diet. It can seem a tiny gesture, but multiplied by thousands, it can make the difference. Slide 46, please. Look also at this beautiful picture of the progressing desert in Mali. Lake Fageben dried up with the drought and invasion of the desert, Mali, 1984 and 85. The caption speaks about the dried up lake. The picture, in fact, it is a lake, which is dried by the drought. The picture shows the desert, which is now not really the desert, as there are small stunted trees desperately trying to survive, like the human population. And nearly at the center of our field of vision, in the foreground, you can see the frail figure of a child walking. The child is in connection with the trees, as frail as them. He can even be mistaken for one of the trees at first sight. And like them, he wants to live. His noble gait, his walking steps show that in spite of the natural disaster, he is still standing, he is still advancing, he is still living. The French title of the book, Sahel, l'homme en détresse, and its Spanish and English titles, Sahel, el fin del camino, and Sahel, the end of the road, seem hopeless. And yet, there is hope in the tragical beauty of those pictures, hope in the dignity of those who try to live on in spite of the fact that they have nothing to eat, that lakes are dried up. There is hope in the beauty of the picture showing a fragile child alone on a lake changed into a desert, in front of poor trees also trying to survive. A child who walks on with determination, who walks towards the limit of the picture, a fictitious limit masking the reality of the invisible path in the desert, which has no end. For years, traveling in all the countries of the world, the Brazilian photographer fixed images of tragedies and showed them through beautiful pictures. As with Ruiz Aldic or Jan Arthus Bertrand, or many photographers showing us the wounds of the earth and its beauty, those pictures do not show us a hopeless world, but a world in which tragedy and beauty are always side by side, as if tragedy could never erase the human beauty of a walking child or of a family standing in the desert, as if the insistence on beauty was necessary to make the whole world aware of a distorted world, and that each of us contributes to that distortion. Those traveler photographers, by showing the movements of the world, its natural beauty, but also the strange, disturbing beauty generated by its devastation, hold out a beautiful question mark to us. Do we enjoy those pictures? Do we enjoy the picture of a child walking in the desert? We enjoy the beauty of the picture, and we also enjoy the beauty of the silent fight visible in the child's step. Do we enjoy the sunset on extracted star sands as deeply as a sunset in the Himalayas or on the ocean? Can we see a difference? Of course. All viewers can see the difference, and they can see the questions contained in that strange beauty. That beauty unveiled by the connection between the photographer's eyes and the silence of the starving family in the desert, the connection between the photographer's eyes and the movements of the plane, the sunlight, and the man's industrial destruction, contains a questioning in its very existence. When he shows workers' gestures, Salgado sometimes connects beauty and the terror we can feel in front of the extreme danger threatening those workers, as in an oil deposit in Kuwait, where a man alone is facing a huge flame springing from the ground in front of him that you have just said and seen. Those very strong, poignant, and beautiful pictures speak to us. Beauty is not always beautiful. Beauty can be fatal. Beauty can deceive those who are taken in by its appearance, and it can kill them. Ruiz Aldic and Sebastian Salgado and other photographers throughout the world show those questionings in their beautiful representations of horror, because they trust us, because they know that we are going to feel the bond with all these people facing danger of famine. Yet awareness can be so heavy to bear sometimes that artists want to show more clearly that there is hope. Could awareness be active if it was hopeless? Slide number 47, please. Sebastian Salgado, who showed all the devastation he met in his travels around the world, decided to show the simple beauty of nature in Genesis, a book that is the result of 30 journeys throughout the world. So many times I photographed stories that show the degradation of the planet. I had one idea to go and photograph the factories that were polluting and to see all the deposits of garbage. But in the end, I thought the only way to give us an incentive to bring hope is to show the pictures of the pristine planet, to see the innocence. Salgado realized that spreading sadness and fear is perhaps not the best way to awareness, but it may rather generate dejection and despair and prevent any action. He meets what Kathleen Dean Moore said in a recent lecture she gave in the French Pyrenees. Our work as writers is to open people's hearts without breaking them. It's our duty to show today's challenges in such a way that people should not be paralyzed or numbed, as Paul Slovic explains. Too much fear can cause paralysis. To show beauty, to encourage people to preserve it, to encourage instead of showing only the dark side of the situation, but also showing it to warn us, but showing the beauty of innocent nature as well, to keep hope. This is what Kathleen Dean Moore does in her latest book, slide number 48, please. Take Heart, Encouragement for Earth-Weary Lovers. As Scott Slovic said yesterday, images, narrative, storytelling, personalized stories can lead us to be aware of an emotional bond. Emotional contagion, he said, narrative contagion. The spreading of words to respond to the spreading of fear, and the spreading of the colored words of imagination to fight the spreading of the blank, uniform words of the global, political, and mediatic system. Beautiful beauty to counterbalance intolerable beauty. Chris Jordan evokes that intolerable beauty through photos, slides 49 and 50. 49 first, please. photos showing the terrible beauty that pollution and destruction may generate. Emmanuel Emmel explains this here. She says that Chris Jordan speaks about a process of becoming aware. With him, art is ambiguous between beauty and discomfort. He finds again here one of its intrinsic functions, to deliver a revolting, shocking message by showing something pleasant for the eyes. Chris Jordan sets a trap to us. He invites the viewer to have a conversation he doesn't want to have, to realize the impact of his life on the environment, simply to open her eyes. According to him, American culture is under an aesthetic, not only American culture, any industrial culture, an aesthetic. People act without putting their habits in perspective, without thinking about them from a global point of view. His works, by showing the impact of a small behavior, infinitely repeated, invite the viewer to regain his actions, to feel responsible. Responsibility that is the basis of a future change, both individual and in society. And so he shows that the simple fact of taking a coffee in small cans, etc., pollutes the world. Well, slide number 51, please. When we see this photo, 51, it's a photo by Chris Jordan, thank you. Our eyes first perceive a beautiful gathering of shining colors before realizing that it is a huge quantity of plastic bottles. And this is still more obvious in following slides. Slide 52, please. This is Cannes Seurat, a rewriting of French painter Georges Seurat, Un dimanche après-midi à la Grande Jatte, an oil painting made in 1884 and kept at the Art Institute of Chicago. The famous painting represents the 19th century French society enjoying leisures on the banks of the river Seine. Seurat decomposes light in tiny dots of colors to build his peaceful scene. Jordan will take up the technique of decomposition, but instead of dots of colors made of pigments, slide number 53, please, he uses dots of colors made of objects from our material consumerist society, here, cans, as you can see in this zoom. He thus placed the cans in an order allowing him to reconstitute Seurat's painting. He used more than 100,000 images aluminum cans, which is the quantity drunk every 30 seconds in the USA. And he called his montage an American self-portrait, Cannes Seurat. The French painting reconstituted in aluminum cans of various colors becomes a self-portrait of modern America. It could become a self-portrait of a great part of our world, a self-portrait of our industrial societies. Chris Jordan plays on colors to reveal the change. The colors of past painting are replaced by the colors of unbridled consumerism, and when seen from afar, we are deceived and mistake it for a beautiful painting. But in fact, this is only the result of our unawareness, of our consumerism that distorts art, that distorts colors while showing them. Slide number 54. Chris Jordan was interviewed by Scott Slovic in Paul and Scott Slovic's Number and Nerves. And he, in this interview, he explains the aim of his photographs. Well, representations of natural beauty and of intolerable beauty, of Seurat's peaceful banks of a French river where people just look at a landscape, and of false Seurat's vision reproduced by Jordan's methodical organization of thousands of cans, are both necessary. It is necessary to see the suffering of a part of the world, the bleeding earth wounded by our society, in which consumption is the key word. But the simple beauty of mountains, of a blooming flower, and of a bird singing in an old tree reminds us that our earth is this simple, wonderful beauty, and that all the scars devastating it, however beautiful in their representations, threaten all life on it. The beauty of horror and the beauty of wonder are both necessary to show us what we have to do, to go on wondering at extraordinary natural landscape or at a mere blade of grass with an insect on it, to wander in order to have the strength to fight against a devastated world. Those who represent beauty in the sunlight, as in scars and holes, show us the way to heal a wounded and yet wonderful earth. Slide number 55, please. This is what Elizabeth Award did with an exhibition of as many works of art as there had been victims of COVID-19, to pay homage to them and also to make people aware of our vulnerability. It is an article about that aesthetic homage published on the website, The Arithmetic of Compassion by Scott Slovic. He writes, slide number 56, and then we'll come back to 55. Artist Elizabeth Award has published the catalogue for Marking Life's COVID-19, a community art memorial and exhibition. It's on slide 56. Which was on display at the Broad Institute and Harvard, September 27 to November 19, 2021. The project was conceived by Elizabeth Ward in February 2021. She asked participating artists to make at least 1,000 marks on any surface in any medium as a way to represent lives lost to COVID-19 in the United States. He said in her catalog, he quotes her, "When words fail the emotional power of abstraction, art critic Barbara O'Brien suggests that the works demonstrate the power of counting, a quasi-ritualistic process of consciously noting the otherwise unfathomable rise of COVID numbers." She writes, and we can come back to slide 55, please. What each artist did was dutifully count, and the numbers became a staggering metaphor for a pandemic out of control. Just as the artist performed this ritual of counting, acknowledging with each colorful brush mark, he continues, that the lives of individual COVID victims matter, visitors to the exhibition and readers of the catalogue experienced this process of registering the staggering numbers of cases and deaths by appreciating how gestures of pigment metaphorically represent human beings. The emotional equation between marks and lives is inexact, but patterns of color do inspire a psychological response beyond the vacuum of feeling left by such numbers as 217,000 or 614 to 91,000, etc. He gives several numbers, the latter of which is posted blandly on the CDC site as I tap this blog, Scott Slovic says. And he adds, "These marks reveal a more flexible practice of honoring the diverse individuals of all ages, races, and genders. Colors, to honor victims of a pandemic out of control, which could be done with all diseases out of control because of human activities, like cancers spreading more and more widely over the world because of pollution and of our way of life. COVID struck human minds because of the rapidity of its spreading and contagion, because of the global lockdowns that followed, because of the fear campaigns accompanying the pandemic. But the same could be done for all diseases spreading because of human activities. The lives of individual COVID victims matter. Yes, all lives matter. Colors strike us more than figures. Colors can't deceive, which numbers can do, as no website gives the same numbers of victims in wars, pandemics, or any other tragedies. Can we believe in numbers? We can believe facts. We can believe what we see. And this is perhaps why colors are so important to make us aware, whereas numbers can make us close our eyes. See Paul Slovic's studies, Human Tragedies, the more who die, the less we care. He says in a beautiful lecture. You have it on the website, The Arithmetic of Compassion. Well, Elizabeth Ward's work and all artists' work to pay homage to the victims of COVID-19 are striking because beauty is used to make people remember death. This mosaic of colors representing a virus or simply abstract shapes should help us remember all forms of spreadings due to our human activities. Diseases, wildfires, or floods are all distorted rewritings of the colors of the world due to our behaviors. And I would like to finish with the fact of looking at beauty to realize our carnal relationship with nature. In several interviews and texts, Scott Marmaday evokes the necessity of preserving the planet. Slide 57, please. And he shows his own ecological conscience. In the preface to his collection of poems, In the Presence of the Sun, he frames the main historical events that transformed the world with the reference to his ancestors at the beginning and to ecological conscience at the end, those showing that the main line making us aware of our relationship to the world starts with our ancestral memory, the wisdom transmitted by the ancestors, and it should lead to ecological conscience. In his conversations with Charles Woodard, he said that there is a growing concern for the preservation of the wilderness, landscape, and natural resources. But he insists on the link between the aesthetic perception of the world and its preservation. That I still believe that aesthetic principle holds Western man doesn't really perceive the world as beautiful. He perceives it rather as useful and to be exploited for its economic value. And I think that's wrong. I believe that unless we change our view, we will simply destroy the earth. We will destroy its beauty, and that will be a very shameful thing. Mohammed would like to see an aesthetic concern even with nature preservers. According to him, they can be too use-oriented, although their use are not threatening to the earth. Use is not the first truth, he says. For him, the aesthetic dimension of the perception of the world is fundamental. He thinks that the landscape can only be perceived as such if man is conscious of its aesthetic dimension. And for Native Americans, you can remember that the landscape is an element like earth, water, and fire, which means that they consider the landscape as both aesthetic and vital. This explains the link between the perception of the beauty of the world and its preservation. To see its beauty is to feel its life, because the perception of beauty makes us aware of an organic bond with nature. We have already seen this earthly paradise is photographed or filmed by artists such as Sebastian Salgado, Jan Arthus Bertrand, or Art Wolf, who show us the beauty of the world and its scars to convince us of the emergency of its preservation. Wade Davis, in his introduction to Art Wolf's Hymn to the Earth, evokes the impact a photograph can have on changing people's way of thinking. It was an Earthrise photographed on Christmas Eve 1968 by Bill Anders, one of the American astronauts of Apollo 8, condensing, quote, all the imagination and conscience of mankind, imagination and conscience on the same level. This underlines the role of art on our conscience. Sometimes artists show the beauty of the earth to make us realize the absolute necessity of preserving our human and non-human family. Barry Lopez, who in Arctic Dreams mixed his own experience as a traveler in the Arctic and the numerous travel and exploration books he had read, evokes the carnal relationship with nature through the awareness of its absolute beauty. Here is what he says when he had the impression to pass the line leading him to the far north. I had a clarity of mind that made the map in my lap seem both wondrous and strange in its approximations. I looked west into Moka Fjord, to a chain of lakes between two whitish chips and domes. Beyond was the patterned ground of the Mesic tundra. The browns and blacks and whites were so rich I could feel them. The beauty here is a beauty you feel in your flesh. You feel it physically, and that is why it is sometimes terrifying to approach. Other beauty takes only the heart or the mind. Well, the perception of beauty of the world is carnal. The landscape is a visual philosophy, in fact, a visual philosophy of the perception of alterity and nature. The landscape is perceived sensually in a synesthetic relationship. He feels the colors musically, united through the alliteration and the ternary rhythm. The alliteration in B sounding like a drum. You have the impression that it is a percussion instrument in the text. And it answers the softness of the alliteration in F, also recurring 6 times and appearing in the verb to feel. There is a kind of mathematics of words, 3 times beauty, 3 times feelings, etc. A kind of mathematics of words leading the reader to perceive the physical relationship with beauty. And when remembering this text and the photo of Barry Lopez, clad in black, helplessly standing in front of his burned forest and workshop, where his writings had burned just a few months before his death, we can mentally superimpose that black image of his burnt world because of climate change and his beautiful colored Arctic landscape described here. The geographical landscape and its colors open onto the lexical invasion of beauty generated by a physical sensation of the world. This physicality, slide number 59, please, of the perception of beauty is musically and mathematically rendered. And this can also be illustrated by Robert Hood in a hunting scene in which the artist gives his representation an ecological dimension. The watercolor is entitled A Canoe of the Northern Land Expedition Chasing Reindeer in Little Mountain Lake. And you can see a hunting scene by Cree men and a perfect symmetry between the reindeer swimming in the lake and the Indians on the other side. You have a great symmetry here, which is underlined by the birds flying away in a slant line, separating the animals from the human beings, while warning the former of a danger. And this symmetry between human beings and animals in a wild landscape shows the perfect balance that Hood observed between the human world and the non-human world. Of course, it is a hunting scene, but it shows a mutual respect between men and animals. The animals have an opportunity to escape. Men are not more numerous than them. The play on gazes, the men look at the animals who look at the human beings, shows an exchange in this struggle for life. Before the terms were used, Hood gives us an example of sustainable hunting. In this hunting scene, everybody has their place, their role, in a world that is different from what the European explorers knew, and which is yet so similar to any hunting scene for life. The other is in the foreground, the human other and the animal other, all essential to life. Moreover, if we observe the canoe, nothing allows the viewer to distinguish who those men are, Indians or explorers. The pastel monochrome blurs the difference while underlining all the difference by the gestures and scenes of life, as if to show that the other is any of those who are here. The monochrome landscape is not only a landscape, it is a visual philosophy of the perception of otherness and nature. So to conclude, sorry for being long, it's slide number 16. I would like to end this talk with a few works by Harold Slovic, slide 60. His works of art and his use of colors and shapes question us. He drew viewers' attention on the threats on our planet with Threnody for Remembered Earth, showing us the Earth shedding a black tear and surrounding with its beauty, both dismembered and constituted in a star shape that seems to have burst into pieces. In slide 61, you have a composition with a black shape that creeps onto the blue planet surmounted with a sort of flying ammonite. And in slide 61, again, what the pelican saw, no, 61 again, what the pelican saw shows us a pelican's eye. It is the previous one, 61, sorry. His eyes are looking out what seems to be prison bars, and he's surrounded with small shapes like pieces of a puzzle or a virus filled with colored circular shapes. The colors and shapes of Harold Slovic's works of art question us. One of them might sound like a hopeful vision. Slide 62, it is called Towards the Green Line, and this gives an impression of light and colors. The painting is divided into two parts. It shows sort of orange and gray cloud in the upper part and brown and black shapes below with just a small spot of blue. In the middle, a green horizontal line. This looks like a landscape and a sunset, except that the sun is distorted and divided into two orange clouds, and the shapes of nature are disquieting, while the sea is just a tiny spot. Yet the green line and the title, Towards, appear as a sort of hope in the green color, both dividing the picture and appearing as a horizon line towards which we should go. We could end with a sentence by Nick Neely, slide 63. In Alta California, while California is burning at the moment because of climate change, like many other places in the world, he says, something like melancholy filled me, but wonder is the antidote, and movement is the path to it. The multiple devastations in the world, all wildfires, more and more numerous every summer, pollution spreading and of diseases, all that should fill us with melancholy, as he felt while walking alone along the coast of California, so transformed. But he's right. If melancholy and sadness are normal first feelings when we feel alone and helpless, we should never forget that wonder is the antidote. The colors of the world allow us to experience that wonder and to want to preserve it. Movement is the path to it, and it's a path to change. And last slide, colors are always there to remind us of our bond with the earth and with one another, and to awaken our conscience. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, I can't hear.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, thank you. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. We are very grateful to you, Professor Francois Boson, for your in-depth deliberation upon the title, Perceive the Colors of the World and Be Aware of the Bond. Your presentation was reflective of the enormous efforts you put into justifying the title of today's talk. And you began the session with James Thurber's The Last Flower, a parable in pictures, a book with a line that resonates when it declares in the last few lines, this This time, the destruction was so complete that nothing at all was left. Nothing at all was left in the world except one man, one woman, and one flower. The love triangle that saved the world, you said. You went on to show images of Pablo Picasso's Guernica, reflecting the idea that colors can't be there when horror prevails. And you moved on ahead and showed that the beauty of the world, captured in pictures that incorporate the horror of the impending destruction, and how in Travels in Alaska, Jean Muir elaborated on the colors of the landscape, and then again in Shadow Lake, he does the same. Then you traced on how the symbolism of colors has changed over the years, and you showed the study by Michel Pastore, The Ambivalence of the Color Green, and introduced us to a reading of Deep Green by Nii Uzondre from Green, Size Our Ailing Planet. You elaborated on how Scott Slavic insists that we talk and listen to trees, and how the mountains appear blue. You showed that colors are only an illusion, given that our brain makes us perceive the colored pictures. And you also went on to show Scott Mamedé's idea of the link between colors of the world and human existence. You pondered on how we are protecting from danger by another danger, recounting the horror of how fires are being put out with chemicals. And you showed pictures depicting the destruction of mountains to construct roads, the physical reflection of light and oil denoting the metamorphosis, and posed a question: is this an image of beauty or a horror? These images, you insisted, were beautiful visions of horror, aesthetically pleasant, that disturb us. And you quoted Conrad's Heart of Darkness and said, the horror and the beauty of colonization lies in these pictures. Then you showed us that the man-made lakes that contain brown toxic water, and you showed how they juxtaposed beauty and toxicity. To make people reflect on the aesthetic by showcasing the dangers, you inquired, is all of this beautiful beauty, intolerable beauty, or terrible beauty? There was then a slide which showed colors made of objects from Material Society by Chris Jordan, showing that we are obsessed with consumerism, especially the American society. You then reiterated that the Western man doesn't perceive the world as beautiful. We are indeed very thankful, ma'am, for your tremendous effort that you put into preparing this, or rather, you prepared us to perceive all of this. I reflected on one thing during your talk, ma'am. The latest movie, Doctor Strange in Multiverse of Madness, shows a parallel universe, Earth 838, that is shown to be a very beautiful universe. But then when we see in depth, we can perceive that they needed oxygen, so they planted trees on top of the buildings. They needed oxygen to reverse the ozone layer depletion. We might come to a time and place like that if we don't take steps right now. So thank you very much for your thorough presentation, ma'am. We are very thankful to you. On behalf of the English department, I thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Perhaps there are questions.
Ma'am, there are some questions, ma'am.
I can't read them. If you can read the questions.
Yes, ma'am. The first question is, thank you so much for amazing deliberation. This area is new to me, explorations of different hues of nature. You have already mentioned some works. Can you please give us some more examples of novels which we can work on?
Yes, this is a very good question. There are plenty of works you can work on. First, perhaps works by Native American writers. By Scott Mamedé, there are several works, House Made of Stone first. Poems, of course, Canadian poems by some poets who, there are many poets, so this is a very vast question, in fact. In North America, in fact, there are many green writings, many novels and stories, and non-fiction. Non-fiction is quite important. Perhaps to enter more deeply in this area, it could be good to read nonfiction works by Kathleen Dean Moore and other writers, by Barry Lopez, of course, Arctic Dreams and other. Arctic Dreams is a fundamental work, Horizons by Barry Lopez too, which is quite important. Well, and the most fundamental and hopeful book, and which is a very short one, is a French book by Jean Giono, L'homme qui plantait des arbres. And there are also books by Maurice Genevois about forests, which are quite important. There are plenty of works and of novels and nonfiction and poems which could be read. Wow. I can send you a list if you want later.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The next question is, what is your opinion on ecotourism? Do you see it as a positive change?
Wow, this is also a good question. This is ambiguous. Nothing is white or black. Everything is ambivalent. And ecotourism is better than unaware tourism, because this may make people understand a few things. And I think that it is the best way of conceiving tourism. But we must keep in mind the fact that too much tourism may endanger the planet still more. So ecotourism is better than blind tourism, of course. And of course, I find it's a solution to tourism, but it's not tourism, and many flights, many planes in the sky are not perfect solutions. But I think that we can observe nature even in our streets, in our garden, from the window of our houses. There are ways of observing nature without going to the other end of the world. And this is what the pandemic showed us and taught us. When we were all locked down, we could observe the world, and nature came to us because we couldn't go to nature. So I think tourism is not a bad thing, because it allows people to discover the world, and ecotourism is perhaps the best way of making tourism. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is, could you please explain the concept of deep ecology? Of
deep ecology. Well, this is a fundamental ecology, that is to say, a way to perceive nature in all its connections with humans, all the elements. It is also something which is radical ecology too. So there are several elements in deep ecology. This is when Niyi Oshendere uses the word deep green, it is not exactly the same as deep ecology, which is rather in a radical way of seeing ecology. But there is also that dimension that you have in Niyi Oshendere's poem, deep green, that is to say, a way of perceiving the world with all its depth. It is not only to see a deep green, which is also the color, but to show the depth of the word. So here again, you have several elements which appear in this word deep ecology. You have the reference to deep ecology, radical ecology, and a way of entering deeply into the natural world, and at the same, not radical in the negative sense, but that is to say, to enter more deeply in the natural world, and also this way of understanding it more clearly. It's hard to speak about it in just a few minutes, because it's a very great concept.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time. And for the want of time, we're moving on to the next session. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Ma'am, please hold on for a moment, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, this is Shanti.
Yes. Hello, Shanti.
Professor, thank you so much. First, let me record my sincere thanks to you for generously accepting our invitation and to be the part of the conference, and for immensely sharing your thorough research on this topic, on how colors influence our bonding with the world. This is so unique a deliberation, ma'am, that you showcase the colors with respect to ecology, the polarities in our perception, to understand the colors, and how we perceive beauty and the ugly, the beauty and toxicity, the beauty and discomfort, the beauty and the devastations, leading us to understand the climate change through colors, traversing through different landscapes, different terrains, the hills, the dales, the gardens, the inverse wild landscapes, and the volcanoes and the dried lakes. And this presentation was really a focus to the writers and the readers to be so responsible in the way we perceive the world as well as the way we present the world. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful experience listening to you, and
Thank
we thoroughly enjoyed.
Thank you to you
Thanks a lot
for your generosity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy and elated to have one of the renowned and eminent personalities of literature, Professor D. Bennett, with us today for this conference. And he's a personality, I think, who needs no introduction. That's a cliche to say it, but again, his profile or his, repertoire that goes ahead. And as his name resonates, it has a net Bennett here, and he's one person where you can rely on when if you want to crack net. I think around 500 plus students and teachers have benefited. I think he has been a wonderful instrument of change. He has brought change in so many lives, and I feel it a pleasure and a privilege to have an opportunity to introduce sir here. At first, I'd like to welcome you, sir, to this conference here, and a few words about Sir. Sir currently serves as the Vice Principal and Associate Professor of English at National College, Tiruchirappalli. Sir has been awarded with the UGC National Level Junior Research Fellowship and eligibility for lectureship in the subject Communicative English. Mind you, those days it was not like objective, it was like descriptive, and we know like descriptive, cracking net in the descriptive form is a Herculean task, and he has cracked that. And ever since he has taken the charge of like coaching people in net exams, and he is successfully doing that for several years. And sir has a wealth of experience. That is, I would say 28, if I'm not wrong, like 28 plus or more than that. Sorry, like maybe over 3 decades of teaching literature, guiding people. And also, like, besides that, he is also a publisher, author, and a very efficient, powerful orator. And it's a privilege to have him here. Sir is also an active member in various academic bodies like Indian Association for American Studies, Indian Association for Canadian Studies, Organization for Studies in Literature and Environment, India, Indian Association for the Study of Australia, Indian Language Teachers Association of India. Sir has chaired and served as a resource person for many number of seminars across the world, and especially across India. And he also has served as the Board of Studies for various reputed institutions across the state of Tamil Nadu. He has also published 4 books titled Critical Voices, South Asian History, Culture and Literature, Net, Set, Go, and the third one is Crystal Streams and Bridge Course for Freshers. I think due to the paucity of time, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Bennett to give you the plenary talk. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Now, let me thank the principal of this institution, Dr. Pablo, the head of the Department of English, Dr. Shobana, Dr. Suresh Frederick, head of the Department of Undergraduate Program here, and Dr. Shanti, the coordinator of this virtual conference, and all those dear colleagues in the Department of English and my dear students. It's really a joy and privilege to be here this morning And I didn't give any exact topic to Dr. Shanti as such. So you were all wondering what I was going to talk. Now, I thought I should jog your memory first, and I would start from environmental ethics to circular economy. I do not know whether how many of you are familiar with the term circular economy, and then I will move towards the environmental justice. So now these are the terms which are there for quite a long time, but as students of literature, and especially the ones who are interested in greening our literary scholarship, you need to understand the environmental praxis as well. So when I say environmental practices, that is, it's one kind of environmental activism which has a direct bearing on our social as well as economic life. So I'll first start with environmental ethics, because every time when we discuss something related to environment, it is ethics, how as humans, how we look at the environment. While she finished her talk, she was referring to how the Western man looked at the utilitarian value of environment and not necessarily the aesthetic part of an environment. And I'm sure that you watched that beautiful painting, as well as a painting of horror, The Bombing of Gurnika by Pablo Picasso. She would have shown you that. And that shows you the horror of war. Now, what man has made of man, what we have made of nature is one thing, and what man or humans have made of humans, that is another. So those who have been regularly watching the Ukraine-Russian war and the visual footage of Ukraine-Russian war, you understand the horror of war and how cities have been flattened, they are bombed out. So this is the planet Earth in which we live. This is a moribund planet, a blue planet, where all our lives are intertwined, connected, what we call the web of life, web of life. So living in this planet, we need to have an understanding and a kind of a consciousness, a desirable consciousness. We are not simply talking about consciousness, the eco-consciousness or something, but a desirable eco-consciousness where we conduct ourselves and how we relate ourselves with nature from an ethical standpoint. So we practice ethics. We know about different types of ethics. We talk about personal ethics, business ethics, and so on. Now, what is this environmental ethics? I'll just to focus your attention. Sorry, I didn't have enough time to sit and prepare slides. I'm not talking about my position in the college as an excuse to say so, but kindly bear with me. And this is, if you really want to establish a healthy relationship, mark my words, healthy relationship with nature, we cannot act as one who has complete dominion over nature. The Bible says, no, all humans have been granted this right of having dominion over nature and subdue everything in nature. If we are going to have that kind of master and literally nature as something that is subjected to our control, we are not going to win our battle against nature. Because we know politically the master-slave relationship was broken with the arrival of French Revolution. French Revolution put an end to master-slave relationship, and it loudly proclaimed to the world liberty, equality, and fraternity. All are born free, all are born equal, all are born free. We are talking here not only about humans, we are also talking about all animals, flora, fauna, everything that is there in this world. All are born free, all are born equal. That means they enjoy the same right as we humans do to live on this planet Earth. Okay, so I'll just read out a quote from a evolutionary biologist by name Stephen Jay Gould. I encourage you to read books by him. He says, we cannot win the battle to save species and environments without forging an emotional bond between ourselves and nature. If you really want to forge a healthy relationship, it ought to be an emotional bond. And if we are going to treat nature as the other, as the alterity, as we term it, now that relationship ought to be one of, when you talk about the other, not as the inferior other, you talk about the other as equal other. For male, the female is always the equal other. Now, traditionally, we have talked about, the races have a different perspective on treating somebody as the other, a superior other and inferior other. It's not that kind of radical alterity we are talking about. After all, man has been made in the image of God. Now, here is a transcendent God who is separate from nature. Now, many religions of the world identify God with nature and likens nature with God. But, in the Judeo-Christian and Islamic concept of God and nature, God as someone absolutely distinguishable from nature. So keeping that at the back of your mind, if humans are made in the image of God, then again, he is a radical other for nature. The humans are the radical other for nature. So keeping this view, the kind of bond that we establish, the kind of relationship that we establish with nature, should be one of equality, as we treat nature and every living creature on this. Now, I'll also try to say a few things about practicing ethics and establishing or striking an emotional bond with nature. Just one more quote by Iris Murdoch. You must be very familiar with her name. She introduces us to the concept of metanoia. M-A-T-A-N-O-I-A, metanoia. What does she mean by that? Metaphysics as a guide to morals, in which she suggests, this was written sometime in 1992, that humans develop a reverent sympathy that entails a tender and respectful interest in the diversity of the world. A respectful sympathy, a reverent sympathy, that you start accepting the diversity of the world as we appreciate, as we recognize the biodiversity. On the one hand, as we humans, we talk about our cultural diversity as humans, not as a single entity, but as a where we have, or where we practice, or where we accept cultural diversity. Similarly, in the world of nature, we have this biodiversity. So you have biodiversity as well as cultural diversity. Now, juxtaposing these two, the cultural diversity and biodiversity, I want to keep all these terms at the back of your mind so that you can understand the concept of environmental justice. So now, as you try to understand the cultural diversity, the pluralism, as we term it, the pluralist way of life, the pluralist nature of a nation, the pluralist society, and so on. Now, we witness the same kind of pluralism in the natural world as well, which we simply term as biodiversity. And we'll move on to just these are the things. First 15 or 20 minutes, I'll be giving you a lot of examples from writers over the ages. Now, look at this by John Ruskin. He talks about the foxglove principle. Now, the foxglove is a plant. Now, if you take a look at this plant, of course, he talks about this. We know he was a great cultural critic and art critic, and he had traveled widely across Europe, and he had written that famous work, The Stones of Venice. He went and looked around the sculptures in the city of Venice, and he had come up with very interesting facts about and the aesthetic part of the sculptures too. Now, in that he says, now look at this, nothing that lives is or can be rigidly perfect. Part of it is decaying, part nascent. See, part of it is decaying, part nascent. The foxglove blossom, a third part bad. When that blossoms, there are three parts to the plant. One part is bad, a third part past, then a third part in full bloom. Now, this is a type of the life in this world. Whereas she was trying to juxtapose beauty and toxicity, beauty and the horror. There's so many things. But look at this foxglove principle by John Ruskin, wherein he talks about a plant that is in bloom. That is, one part is already dead, that is past. One part is in the process of decaying. And one part is in full bloom. That is about our planet. I think this is a beautiful metaphor that we can bring to our mind's eye and look at our planet. One part is already dead. One part is decaying and another part is in full bloom. So now try to understand this foxglove principle, and a couple of things before we move to circular economy, you will understand. So now Aldo Leopold, of course you are familiar with him. Just I'm not here to drop some of these names, just their quotes are relevant and their quotes are absolutely related to whatever I'm trying to say. Aldo Leopold, he talks about, of course, conservation of ecosystem and land ethic and so on. He is on record talking about restoration and conservation. So now mark these words, restoration and conservation. And he talks about protecting the forest ecosystem, which is full of life, which brims with life. And a forest ecosystem today, I know we are bemoaning the fact how forests are, pristine forests are destroyed in forest fires. Sometimes they are man-made disasters, and sometimes they are natural disasters because of the rising temperature, especially during the summer, and how forest fires break out and destroys vast swathes of land, hectares and hectares of land. Of course, as she was pointing out, we were using chemicals again to put out the forest fire. So we are in a classical double bind. Now, on the one hand, we try to keep ourselves away from chemical use, and the other hand, we try and use the same chemicals. So now he talks about that kind of ethic. And also, we need to understand all these environmental quotes on environmental ethics. It talks about developing a reverential attitude, developing not an ordinary sympathy. Nature doesn't require our sympathy. It doesn't, because nature is irrational. I don't think nature has any morality as we attribute morality. We ascribe morality to nature, but nature is absolutely irrational. And that kind of irrationality also makes us understand why it rains for the poor, why it rains for the rich, why it rains for the males, why it rains for the humans, and why it rains for the animals. It doesn't distinguish. And it also doesn't distinguish and say, no, someone is a sinner and someone is a perfect human being. So I should rain only for the perfect ones, not for the imperfect. Absolutely irrational. Nature is irrational. I hold on to the view nature is irrational, though many people attribute morality to nature. Morality is something that belongs to the human world. It is an anthropocentric view. If you ask me, it is an anthropocentric view, and we attribute morality to humans. And mark my words, that same morality alone determines our attitude towards nature, because it is a moral standpoint. It is an ethical standpoint. So what you reap, you will sow. It is our human understanding. You reap something, you sow chemicals, you sow plastic. What will you reap? Now, today we are reaping. We have destroyed the forests, a pristine forest. All those acres and acres of forests have been destroyed. And forests are no longer acting as carbon sink. Instead, the oceans are acting as carbon sink, and the oceans are absorbing heat. The oceans are taking in the UV radiation, ultraviolet radiation. That is the reason we have super cyclones. When it rains in the month of May, we talk about climate change. We attribute it to climate change. Why does it happen? Because it is very warm, already warm in the month of February, and it is already warm in the month of March. So it rains in the month of May, and everything has gone on a topsy-turvy. So the world, because of climate change, we are all talking about just rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And we want to cap the rise in temperature, and we want to keep it within the limits of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And look at the havoc it is creating. And people are talking about Maldives going under the ocean. And a peninsular country like India will see the rise of sea level, because we have a very long coast in the world. We have the longest sea coast in the world because it's a peninsular country. So you can understand the amount of havoc it will wreak in the lives of communities that are living on the sea coast and communities that are dependent on marine life for their own existence. So now come back. And in this world also, the biodiversity is fast disappearing. And we talk about at least some 37 biodiversity hotspots. So I'm just trying to revive your memory about all this. Now, biodiversity hotspots, when the famous photographer, Dr. Norman Myers, a wildlife photographer, he noticed there is something missing in this world. Species have disappeared. And we simply talk about species extinction. And species extinction means there is a break in the link in the entire food chain. So as students, you must have learned about the food chain and how the food chain is in place. Now today we are talking about some other chain, okay? All right, I'll come to that. In market economy, we are talking about something else. But listen to this. So one of the biodiversity hotspots in India is our Western Ghats. And because of tourism, someone was asking a question about ecotourism, but tourism is also destroying our biodiversity hotspot like Western Ghats. Look at the hills littered with the plastic and single-use plastic bottles. Every year they collect from Mount Everest, say, at least they say 7,000 or 7 tons of waste. So people leave not only plastic, single-use plastic, even human waste, right? So everything. And look at the way we are littering. And look at the way we haven't spared any spot on this planet Earth that remains free from our polluting waste. So now I'll come back to that. And he talks about this. Then there are people who advocate something like intermediate technology, like Schumacher, for instance. Now, I want to remember all this before we venture on to circular economy. It's an economic concept. We'll try and understand. Now, what is this intermediate technology? Say, years ago, Limits to Growth, when this book came out, I think it was in the year 1972. Now, I'll tell you, her name is Donella Devonella Meadows. And a group of researchers from MIT, they published this book titled Limits to Growth. This is considered as one of those seminal texts on environmental planning and environmental destruction and environmental degradation. So limits to growth, say the laissez-faire economy that has been in place in our capitalist way of life, which talks about untrammeled economic growth, which talks about unobstructive economic growth. Now, this laissez-faire economy, for which the sky is the limit, everyone is free to multiply wealth, everyone is free to increase one's wealth. At what cost? The cost of exploiting the natural resources. After all, the dictum is the world is for humans to be explored and exploited. So if that is the case, now your wealth comes from these natural resources. So there is no capping on the wealth of individuals. Say this morning, I had a look at the Hindu, and it talks about the Maruti car sales. They had sold, almost, more than 1 lakh vehicles compared to last year. They talk about impressive growth of Maruti vehicles. Now, where will it stop? So next year you will try and show another 1 lakh vehicles on the road. So it goes to 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 7 lakhs. It keeps on growing. There is no limit. There is no limit for your economic growth. There is no limit for your, see, look at the raw material that we need. Look at the resources that we need. And of course, we depend on this planet Earth for all our resources. We are not importing anything from the moon or from the Mars. We are dependent on the Earth for all these resources. That means this planet's natural wealth or natural resources are getting exploited. So now limits to growth. We have to say, this is the limit. We have to draw a line and we have to say beyond which we do not want to grow. But no organization, no corporate is willing to say that this is our limit and we don't want to grow beyond this. Even colleges are opening new and new courses, new and new branches. Right now, we are at 10,000. The student population of our college is 10,000, 12,000, 5,000. And I went to Tirchangood. They claimed that their college population was nearly 24,000. I thought, my God. All right. So where is the limit? Because in this demand supply chain, I'm talking about this chain, demand and supply chain, we continue to increase the number and we feel proud. Look at this. This is how we grow. And someone famously says this, growth is the nature of cancer cell. Something that multiplies. It is cancerous growth. Cancerous cell or cancer cell alone can multiply and multiply and multiply. So the growth that we witness in this world is something like a cancerous growth, which keeps on multiplying, and we are not able to prevent it from multiplying further. Okay, keep that. Then there are people. Now, you must have come across this United Nations Development Program called Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, right? I'll just focus your attention on, they have identified at least 17 different sustainable development goals, and these goals are to be attained or to be reached before 2030. So now, I'm not going to read out all the 17, but how some of them are closer to what I'm going to talk. One is, look at this, affordable and clean energy. Look at this. This is goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Affordable and clean energy. Then decent work and economic growth. Okay, it also talks about economic growth, but I will explain what type of economic growth. Then industry, innovation and infrastructure. Of course, it talks about it. It wants to reduce urban poverty. And the first goal is no poverty in this world. If you are going to create a world that is free from poverty, already after this pandemic, this pandemic has robbed us of our jobs. Millions and millions of people have been robbed of their jobs and they are rendered poor. And they come from a certain section of the society. They come from certain races. They come from certain communities across the world. As a result, they are simply called the bottom billion. If you look into, if you read the economic theorists, they simply dismiss them as the bottom billion. And there are many poverty alleviation programs, including our Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, the 100-day scheme. They are all poverty alleviation programs. Every time we try to reduce poverty, people are pushed into poverty. And there is so much of inequality in this world. And that is also the result, that's also the cause for internal migration and external migration. People are removed from their native land. People are forced to vacate what they call their own indigenous land. And they are made to migrate, forced by poverty. Not because they want a job. I'm not talking about people who pass out of an institution like this, who try to go to Germany, who try to go to Doha. You are all job seekers. That's all. But look at the people who are forced to vacate their land. They are forced to move away from the land because the land no longer yields, because of our poor water management, because of our poor land management, and because of disease, outbreak of a pandemic like this. And these people were rendered helpless because no medical help was within their reach. So I'll come to that. Now, the next one is sustainable cities and communities. On the one hand, we are talking about our greening of our imagination. Now, and an imaginative world can be very realistic, and also it may contain a lot of utopian ideals. An ideal world where we humans can live. Say, the people in the past, they talked about the New Jerusalem. Say, when people went and settled down in America, they called it the New Jerusalem, a beautiful country, God-given country. The Muslims had their own concept of Dar es Salaam, right? Dar es Salaam, again, a beautiful imaginary place that we create on earth, the kingdom of God on earth. Now, that is a different concept altogether. Now, that such ideals can be there in an imaginary world as well. But we are talking about our everyday reality, where we talk about our hand-to-mouth existence, our subsistence farmers. Now, I'm talking about subsistence. That means it is hand-to-mouth existence. What you cultivate, it is enough for you alone. And you do not have any surplus capital. You do not have any savings on which you can live and on which you can further your personal wealth. There is no such possibility. We'll come to that. Then, just a 5 moments, climate action is another. Life below water. Now, very interesting. Sustainable development goals. Life below water, life on land, life below water. That means it focuses our attention on how the marine life has got disturbed. Now, today, look at the amount of plastic that washes into the oceans. So you must have seen those famous photographs of the great plastic float, in the Pacific Ocean. Thousands and thousands of bottles are floating, right? Or one-time use or single-use plastic. The oceans are filled with them. And these things are swallowed by the whales, the fish. As a result, they face a early extinction. The marine life faces extinction. So life on land, ultimately, it also says peace, justice, and strong institutions. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. We are talking about preservation. We are talking about conservation. We are talking about retaining the glory of land, or bringing back the glory of land, but at what cost? So we need to talk about the entire humanity living their lives, peaceful lives, and also life that is based on justice. All these things are sustainable development goals. Now look at environmental ethics, and this is something like an agenda that the entire world community has given for itself. So it is one kind of a contract, a kind of a social contract, a kind of an environmental contract that we talk about, that we have. It's almost like our constitution, something that we have given unto ourselves. Now, these things that we will fulfill within the next decade, by 2030. So on the one hand, we are talking about conscience raising through literature. Then, where we try to revive myths, we try to revive stories, where we try to revive what we call earth wisdom, so many things, fine. But environmental praxis is another. As students of literature, you need to be aware of this as well. So how can we bring peace and justice into our lives unless there is something called environmental justice? There are a couple of things before I move on to now. The way we think of what we call the non-anthropocentric. Just to try to understand that non-anthropocentric elements in our planet Earth. That includes our wild animals, right, and our birds species and things like that. Now, we talk about that, and we talk about human animal conflicts and so on. But remember, we are also there where human population is exploding, right? There was a book, it was called The Population Bomb. This was written as early as 1968, The Population Bomb. So this was written by Paul Ehrlich. At that time, people were talking about China. Did you read in the newspaper? India was going to overtake China next year. Our population would be 143 crores. Now, this also poses a great danger to the entire environment, something which we fail to take into account and no one discusses it. So it is literally on a bomb we are sitting, which are ready to explode. So 143 crore people. The government may take pride of the fact that they are providing food, at least 2 square meals to every citizen of this country. The government may also tell you that we have a food security in place. Food security means, every day you have to feed 143 crore people. So look at the amount of food that we need, the amount of grocery items that we need, the amount of vegetables that we need, the amount of fruits that we need, the amount of milk that we need for one single day for 143 crore people. So India is a very powerful country, and we have a food security in place, and we store our food grains, we store our cereals, we store everything. Now we are in a position to export also, and we feel proud of the fact now that grain has stopped coming from Ukraine, India is trying to help poor nations in Africa. Fine, but it is also putting a lot of stress on our land, stress on our cities, and we are clearing more and more place for agricultural use. We are clearing lands, we are clearing forests, and we are clearing more and more space so that we can increase the space of what we call arable land so that the food production can go up. Are you following me? So now this is a real, now this threat is not only a local threat. Now, it is a planetary threat. And because it's a planetary threat, it is not going to affect the humans alone, our cities alone. It is also going to affect other life support systems as well. So we talk about life support systems, which come in many forms, right? So the life support systems, now including, we don't have the number of hospitals in this country. Now, we were talking about that during the pandemic time. Now we have conveniently forgotten. Now we have gone back to our old ways. So now there are many life support systems. Nothing in simple, ordinary man's understanding, we need plenty of oxygen. And more people means more and more production of the carbons, both the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. So we talk about carbon footprints, how to calculate our carbon footprints. Say, every time I make use of my car produces carbon monoxide. I produce carbon dioxide. My car produces carbon monoxide. Okay. So, and if I travel by plane, again, it is the carbons. So now we are millions and millions of tons. I don't have the exact statistical details that are spewed into the air. And we haven't found ways to, draw down that carbon. And what we call carbon sequestration. We haven't really succeeded in sequestering carbon. And more population means more and more demand for cars, more and more demand for two-wheelers, more and more demand on natural resources. So now, just keep that also at the back of your mind. Now, all these have, whatever I have been sharing with you, they always have what we call a cascading effect. Cascading effect, now it has a cascading effect on what? On all the ecosystems in the world. It may be the mountains, it may be the rivers, it may be the lakes, it may be the forests, it may be your own urban living space. So everything, it's going to have a large scale impact on all these ecosystems. It is going to have a cascading effect. So when this book was, Population Bomb was published, now people simply poo-pooed it. The world can take in more number of people, and the world can produce, say, the entire savanna regions. They have been converted. See, we call Canada and Ukraine, these two countries. Ukraine is, Canada is called the breadbasket of the world. Ukraine is called the breadbasket of Europe. Now look at this. It is a savanna, the plains, the largest plains, and they produce wheat. So they produce, huge quantity of cereals. And look at the amount of fertilizers that we use, and how much of these fertilizers are washed away into our water bodies. So now when Rachel Carson, when she wrote about the DDT getting washed into the rivers, and DDT was used as a malarial spray to kill malarial mosquitoes, but how it went and killed hundreds of deer downstream. Now, that was just a simple example. Say, in 2005 and 2015 and last year, when the floods came to Tamil Nadu, right? All the fields in Tanjavur, in the Delta region in Trichy, they were all filled with fertilizers. Then the flood waters entered the fields, washed away or what we call this potassium and nitrogen, all this, they were washed away and they went and joined the seas, right? We talk about leaching in many ways. I'll come to leaching also. So now it is going to have a certain effect on our marine population, our marine system. That is an ecosystem, marine ecosystem. It is going to have a long-term effect. So when this year, when people went for fishing again, they talked about a low yield. They talked about the absence of fish because it goes and affects the fertility of fish. The chemicals that get leached, that get washed away. See, the fish also, they are also reproducing species. It affects their reproductive system. And as a result, there was a low fish yield. This was the complaint of our fisher folk. But I was talking to one of those, officials from the fisheries agency. He said, this is the reason. As it affects the human fertility, it also affects the fertility of the marine species. So there are many ways. That is why when Barry Commoner talks about the web of life, everything is connected to everything else. It's not just something, you affect something and you can feel comfortable. Well, I have affected only this. Otherwise, everything is fine with the planet. So in Europe, they follow all those prescriptions where they try to avoid pollution, but Europe is paying a huge price. Look at this year. The temperature has risen above 40 degrees Celsius, and the dog days are not yet over. They call them the dog days, the summer. The dog days are not yet over. Already, forest fires are raging in Greece, in Spain, in Portugal, and even in certain parts of Scotland, which never witnessed forest fire at any point in history. Now, why is Europe, burning? Because something is happening here in India or in Africa or elsewhere and in Europe itself. So all our lives are interconnected. Now, this interconnectedness of the ecosystem and the resultant destruction in different parts of the world, we call it a sure sign of this planet on the brink of a major disaster. This is what forced Stephen Hawking to famously say, by the time we reach in another 500 years, we have to look for colonies in Mars or elsewhere. We have to migrate out of planet Earth because this planet Earth will become uninhabitable. Maybe he sounds like a doomsday specialist. Stephen Hawking sounds like a doomsday specialist. He's no more, but his words have certain what we call a prophetic effect. We need to heed to such even doomsday specialists or doomsday prophets like Stephen Hawking, unless we try to change our ways of living. Now, look at this. A man like Robert Rotley, he says famously, now we are all caught, or this anthropocentric view, that is humans first, human-centric view. It's, in other words, it's simply humans first or human-centric view. Now, it remains deeply entrenched or deeply embedded on our minds, and we give importance to our own existence. So everything becomes ontological because everything is about our own human existence and our own ways of life. Ways of life, in other words, it's called culture. Our own ways of life. We don't think about the culture or the ways of life of other organisms. So he says the dominant Western view or super effect is basically human chauvinism. Human chauvinism. Now, what is this human chauvinism? That we humans, we think of ourselves as simply superior to every other being in this planet Earth, every other organism in this world. So that human chauvinism rather propels us to devise ways. And of course, we talk about ethics. We talk about practicing ethics, but human beings till today remain the center of our focus. Of course, we talk about what we call, what kind of egalitarianism? Biocentric and, right. Can anyone help me? Right. That we talk about biological, right, egalitarianism, right, where we talk about all species as equal, and we attribute even personhood to rivers, personhood to lakes, personhood to mountains. You must have seen people giving personhood to their pets. Yes, I have seen people talking. Right. Then finally you ask who? My dog. Right? Sometimes you think that they are talking about their own daughter or their own husband or their own sibling, and finally they tell you it is about their pet dog. Right? We attribute so much of personhood to a pet animal. Are you with me? I'm sure you are following me. We are attributing personhood. How about attributing personhood to lakes, to rivers, whereby we can practice a kind of egalitarianism where every organism has a right not to live, but also to have a say. Unfortunately, they cannot claim their own rights. And like we humans, they cannot practice anything from the standpoint of duty. So we human beings, we think it is our duty and we have to act like this, we have to behave like this, but they being members of nature, they exercise their own free will and they follow their free will and they live as they please. Okay, now I'll cut short, then I'll come to even there are people like many people, someone was asking about deep ecology. You know, what is deep ecology or the shallow ecology? Now, shallow ecology, in my simple understanding, it is about conservation, right? It is about protecting species. This is what we call shallow ecology, or building sanctuaries where we can keep animals and protect animals and take certain species, take certain seeds, to protect certain seeds. They have a seed conservatory. Yeah, all across the world, we have plants and cereals. They somehow or other methodically they have collected all this and they have their conservatory. Now, this is shallow ecology. Shallow ecology, at least according to Annes. Whereas a deep ecology, it has a vision. It has a vision of the world, but it is an inconsistent vision. That is, it talks about a world where we can remove all these polluting machines or polluting factories, pollution, where we can avoid all this and create a world. And sometimes it sounds like going back in time. Unfortunately, we cannot reverse our biological clock, and also we cannot reverse the flow of time because so much has happened. And sometimes I find it very difficult to accept when people talk about a world that we can build without machines, without technology, without all this. No, you just ask yourself whether it is possible, right? Say, as environmentalists and ecological thinkers, and again, students of eco-criticism, we always talk about an ideal, a world where water will be free from pollution, right? So we are not talking about water free from pollution, but instead of letting out untreated water or sewage into the rivers, untreated water into the oceans, how we have to erect an effluent treatment plant, an ETP, or sewage treatment plant, an STP. We have to talk in those terms. Are you with me? Now, as students of literature, you have to understand environmental praxis because it's closely connected with our economy. So the next part I will spend on that. For example, Ramachandra Guha, he uses the term green missionaries. And he talks about who are these green missionaries. According to him, it is a new form of cultural imperialism aimed at securing converts to conservationism. So you have to conserve. He calls them green missionaries. There are too many green missionaries around who come and preach. Look, we have to save this. We have to conserve this. We have to protect this. And we have to do all this. Now, without any concrete backup, without any concrete plan. So we need a plan in place. So we may talk about Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, something that is there in America, or something like, it is basically a watchdog group, or something like what we call American Clean Air Act. American Clean Air Act that says every person has a right to breathe clean air. Well, all these are fine. They are in their place. They act. They don't simply say we have to shut down all the factories. They don't say we have to go back in time. No. So given our economic reality, given the socio-political economic reality of our world, we have to find ways and means. One is this publication of Sustainable Development Goals. The other one is what we call circular economy. Now, what is circular economy, right? So we'll try and understand the whole idea of circular economy. Now, circular economy is all about, it is very simple. It is all about coming to terms with the world in which we live and the economy that is based on recycling, repurposing, right? And again, reusing, repairing, and so on. I'll give you a few details before I go into circular economy. So the question arises in our mind. Can we save the planet by reusing all the stuff that we make? We have already exploited the natural resources, right? Can we recycle everything? According to a study made in 2015, only 9% of things have been recycled. That means the rest goes waste. I'll just confine myself to three different things. One is, look at your clothes, the clothes that we waste. Okay, so we have to clothe nearly 8 billion people across the planet. And 2/3 of what we produce go waste. 2/3 of what we produce. That means annually the loss is $650 billion worth of clothes. I'm not just quoting from anywhere. This is from National Geographic. Okay, so $650 billion worth of clothes is wasted every year. Look at the second one. How much of food is wasted? We are talking about feeding the population. And look at this again, 2/3 of what we produce, either turns into waste or we waste that. So maybe you are a family of just 3. Look at the number of plantains or bananas that you buy. You buy 15 or 2 dozen, right? You manage to eat 10 or 15. Then you find they have all become, ripened. You dump them in the bin. Now, how much of food that you waste in every hotel, and especially in marriage halls? At home, we may not waste much, But when people go out and eat, because someone else is paying for that, and look at the amount of food they waste in a marriage hall. And the food grains that are kept in our, what we call, Food Corporation of India's go down. Every year, nearly 30% of goes waste because of rodent, because of pests, because of rodents and because of pests. Nowadays, we have a problem of storage. We keep them out in the open, exposed to the elements. As a result, day before yesterday in Thiruvarur, it rained heavily. All these, gunny bags, they were kept in the open, they went waste. So now look at the amount of waste that we indulge in. The third one is plastic. I'll just confine myself to these three because there are too many things that we can talk about. Now, plastic is something that we can recycle. Cloth is something that we can recycle. Food is something that we can prevent from going waste. So now the moment we talk about waste, can we create an economy where there is a never-ending recycling? There is a never-ending recycling and reusing. Can we have such an economy? Nations are waking up to this possibility. For instance, the Netherlands has made it very clear. By the time 2050, they will become a nation where everything will be completely recycled. Everything will be completely recycled. That means that nation will not make new demands on fresh resources. So nations should come forward where we can preserve the existing resources and we can also recycle. Say, the best way to recycle clothes. See, clothes are getting shredded and they become cloth wipe, and they also become, stuffing material for mattresses and stuffing material for insulation. If it happens to be wool, clothes made of wool and things like that, they make use of it for stuffing and for insulation and many other purposes. So, and they say it is worth some 630 billion worth of business. There is wealth in muck. There is wealth in waste. So if you happen to read Don DeLillo's works, he has written a beautiful novel, The White Noise. You must have read. It is a beautiful eco-critical work. And he also written many other works. So wherein one of the novels, he talks about the garbage mountains in cities. Say, they can even rival the skyscrapers. Underworld, there is a beautiful novel by Don DeLillo, where the garbage mountains, they grow almost competing with the skyscrapers of the city. That's how, garbage collects in every city. We do not know how to dispose this garbage. I'll cut the story short. There are two things the circular economy talks about. One is the techno-nutrients. The other one is biological nutrients. Now, what are these? Because the time is very short. I think I don't want to eat into the time of the next person. The next one is what we call the biological nutrients. Now, what are the technological nutrients or these technical nutrients? This is the things that we, just a second. Yeah, one is, just a second. Right. That is anything that can be refurbished, that can be recycled, then reused and repaired. That can be reused, that can be repaired, that can be recycled and refurbished. They call it technical nutrients. Now, biological nutrients, that anything that can be eaten or it can be composted. So anything that can be composted, of course, we do a lot of segregation of waste, biodegradable and non-degradable. So now, as we segregate waste, they can be recycled. Today, we are talking about recycling even e-waste. Your mobile phone, the moment you finish, it leaves its utility value. We throw it away. Your laptops, your computers, all these products, what we call e-waste. Now, they are segregated. in a place in America, let's say in Tuscan, they have nearly 3,000 to 4,000 aircraft, decommissioned aircraft. They call it a boneyard. So every single part of an aircraft is dismantled or even dismembered, and they are put into recycle. You go to Gujarat, they have a shipbreaking yard. Have you heard of the Asia's and the world's biggest shipbreaking yard? Yes. So they have a shipbreaking yard. So they don't leave a single material, everything that can be recycled. That saves lot of natural resources. So the circular economy, which talks about the material going into the economy, coming back. Now, plastic is one such good source, which can be recycled. And something like copper, for instance, it can be recycled any number of times without copper losing its quality. So there are possible ways of recycling, and we have to create a world where this circular economy, now how it will have, the time is short, so I'll finish, how it will have an effect on environment and how it will bring environmental justice. So we need to understand the concept of environmental justice. Every time some disaster happens, man-made, natural, or anything that happens, who are the people affected? The poor. Even if it is riots in an urban locality, the poor. It is poverty, anything. So now, even when the floods come, the floods enter into the homes of the poor, because they live in such localities which are known for water stagnation, which have poor drainage facilities. So their housing is there in such localities, and they are the ones who suffer, and the others do not suffer. And even who are the people who live closer to a smoke bellowing, a polluting industry? The poor. They have their homes, they have their huts, or even most of the shanty towns can be seen next to a polluting factory. So now there is no justice. They don't have access to potable water. They don't have access to all the amenities that an urban center can provide them. So there is no justice. We talk about social justice. Social justice means simply, it is not a reservation of seats in a college, reservation of certain jobs. That is our pathetic and poor understanding of social justice. Yes, we talk, from the rooftop, talking about social justice. We think the government says 60% of reservation for the poor or 65% for such and such community. That is not social justice. Social justice bring in environmental justice, because as long as you are forced to live in poor quarters where you do not have access to transport, where you do not have access to clean toilets, where you do not have access to potable water, where you do not have access to hospitals, where you do not have access to any of these urban amenities or facilities, then there is no social justice. Look at the urban slums. So if you happen to go to America, the blacks are forced to live in such localities. They are forced to live in places, say Detroit. You go and look at the Detroit, which was known as a motor town. Even there is music called Motown music. Motown music. You may be familiar with Michael Jackson, right? His music is called Motown music, Motortown music. That is Detroit. Now today, the city is a ghost city. The cities are empty. Now the Ford, say, they had their car plant there. Many of those car plants, they had their factories there. Now they have all closed down. They have all gone to China, to India, to Asian countries, and huge cities. They look like empty ghost towns. And who are left behind? The whites have migrated. The blacks are left behind because the blacks do not have place to migrate. And you know the story. Yesterday, Professor Salgado was talking about the myths and about the things, about the native people, the indigenous people. So, in America, the First Nations, the indigenous people, they are forced to live in what places? Reservation. It is called. We have reservation for sanctuaries, not only for animals, but also for indigenous people. So in a way, they have been left out. So they do not enjoy the fruits of what we call civilization. They don't enjoy the fruits of economy. And they have absolutely no part in the great American dream, which went awry in the 20th century. So where is environmental justice? And what you are forced to drink, what you are forced. I'll just give you a simple example. I was living in a place called Vaniambadi, where I started my career in North Arcot district. So now the Pala runs through Vaniambadi, Ambur, and Velur, and all those places. If anyone is from that part of Tamil Nadu, you will understand. So you have a lot of tanneries on the banks of river Palar. So for a long time, they left untreated, what we call the pollutants into the river, the sewage, and it contains a lot of sulfur. Then in the year 1994, the World Health Organization conducted a study, and they found that the underwater table is so polluted, it is non-potable for the next 200 years. அடுத்த 200 வருஷத்துக்கு குடிக்கவே முடியாது, non-potable. But still people drink that. Still people live on that. This is what we call environmental justice. So there are people who live near Kudangalam in Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari district. So now we will not know the effect of Kudangalam now, and people oppose that. And look at the people, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, right? When Medha Patkar and others, how many people were displaced? Do we know what happened to those people who were displaced? Have they replanted trees? They felled thousands and thousands of trees. Have we replaced those trees? We replanted those trees? No idea. Say, you know the Chipko movement in India? They were simply dismissed as tree huggers, right? So they were trying to protect, in Uttarakhand and other places, they were trying to protect the Himalayan trees. So we cut down those trees, we felled those trees. As a result, today you find landslides. Shall I take another 10 minutes? Okay, right. Just another 10 minutes and I'll finish. Now, what happened to those people who were forcibly evacuated and they have lost their traditional land? They have been forcibly evacuated. And as a result, there is the environmental disaster. Now, the Himalayas are no longer safe. And we find frequent landslides. And we find, the glaciers are melting. And the glaciers are, it has something to do with global warming also. But the disappearance of trees also contribute to the disappearance of glaciers. And glaciers, the size of the glaciers, like Gangotri and all this, the size has shrunk. And today, there are many places in the world, what we call the permafrost, permanent frost on the ground. That has also disappeared. Even in Greenland, today you can see the barren rocks which were once covered with snow throughout the year. So now, when we talk about environmental justice, we also talk about social justice. So kindly remember, dear students and scholars, it is not simply a reservation in jobs. It is not simply girls going to colleges. It is not simply boys and girls are treated equally. Social justice is much more. And we have to ask for not living in such spaces, living space, which we call simply brown land or brown fields. Now, what are these brown fields or brown land? These were the places which were once used by factories. And these factories at some point, now look at in Thoothukudi, they have closed down the Sterlite factory. And very soon near Sterlite factory, a lot of new settlements would come up. But do they know how much of pollution has already happened? They do not know. So now your social justice is connected with environmental justice. And if you really want to avoid such future happening, we have to resort to a circular economy where there are no exploitations. Say, where there is no water, there is no life. Where there is no land, there is no peace. Where there is no water, there is no life. Where there is no land, there is no peace. So if you really want to have peace in this world, if you really want to have justice to be established in this world, So it is fine. We talk about, controlling pollution, protecting planet Earth, conserving the world, writing about that in literature. But at the same time, we need to be aware of this kind of environmental justice. So it is very important that we realize that environmental justice is important. Who lives where and whose land is occupied by whom, and how much of land we need. And there is this population explosion and there is this population increase, and how to contain this population increase and how to create a world where there is a lot of equity, where there is a lot of access to wealth. So people talk about creating an affluent society. And India is not certainly an affluent society, not because of the number of cars. 25 years ago, on the roads of Trichy, you would find a car, moving on the road here and there. Otherwise, you would see only an ambassador car or an old Fiat or a Gazelle. Now look at the number of cars that you see on the road. In every small town, and that is not a sign of prosperity, mind you. That is not a sign of affluence. There are people who do not have access. There are people who do not have access to such world, a world which we define as saying economic prosperity. Now, economic prosperity is closely connected to environmental safety. Economic prosperity, if you are going to separate economic prosperity from environmental safety, then it is going to result in chaos. So why are wars happening? Why are regional conflicts happening? This Kallakurichi incident may seem like something like, people were outraged by the death of a young girl. But I was looking carefully at the footage. All of them were youngsters, jobless youngsters. Jobless youngsters. Have you noticed that? Where did they come from? Was it really an outrage because a girl lost her life? True, that may be the main reason. Maybe that girl is identified as one from their own. Maybe she belongs to a particular community or a society. But where did all these thousands of youngsters come from? Did they have work to do? Didn't they have job to do? Where did they come from? So your social dissent finds expression through such violent acts and deeds. Because in no way you can express your dissent. How do you express your dissent? Can you just go and stone the buses? Can you just go and break the billboards? No. So when an issue like this happens, so there is this part of our collective psychology which is dissatisfied with our so-called social justice or environmental justice. It finds expression in such violent acts. I want all of you to do a lot of loud thinking on this. So every time such an incident happens, because the police were caught off guard, the state intelligence unit was caught off guard, and even the locals were caught off guard. Why did this happen? So they were jobless youth. They were jobless youth, and they don't have access to any of this, what we call good education, perhaps, like that was given in that school. They don't have access. So this dissent comes or finds expression, or dissatisfaction finds expression through such violent acts. Okay, so be aware of this. Now, unless justice is established, there is no peace in this world. Now, the rest of the things we may say, our lofty thinking, our noble ideals, or even our noble aspirations, unless environmental justice is established. One way of establishing environmental justice is no exploitation of natural wealth, no evacuation or eviction, forceful eviction of people from certain parts of the world. Allow nature to leave nature, or allow nature to remain as it were. And there should be less of human intrusion. So if literature is going to focus on that, if literature is going to help us understand the world in which we live, and for which to build, I'll just close it with this quote. Building a cultural economy requires a cultural shift on the scale of industrial revolution. See, when industrial revolution happened, there was a complete paradigm shift. Now that paradigm shift happened because industries were going to be the centerpieces. Industries were going to alter human lives. Industries were going to provide jobs. Industries, more and more industries meant the surplus capital could be invested and there would be production of more and more wealth. Now that thinking, from the mercantile economy to the industrial economy. Now, if you look into the history of the world, it was agricultural economy to mercantile economy, trade, then came the industrial economy. Now, when industrial economy came, there was a very powerful paradigm shift. Now, today, if we are going to have a circular economy, then it requires a powerful paradigm shift on the scale of industrial economy. Are you with me? So to make that happen, when we make that happen, then environmental justice will prevail. Social justice will be in place. So, and we need to make it happen. Not literature means I don't take it simply the what we call the fictional ones, the imaginary ones. It could be even non-fictional writings in the form of confessions, in the form of testimonies, in the form of regional stories, real life stories. That also becomes, those things also become part of our literary scholarship. You read works by Vandana Shiva, you read works by Medha Patkar. They all contain beautiful stories. Now, real life stories. And you know, people, how they were affected. With this last example, I will close. Say, when methyl isocyanide leaked in Bhopal in 1984 from Union Carbide factory, it instantly killed thousands of people. Then it left its mark on people for years. It took so many years for them to get any compensation even, because compensation was denied to them. Do you know, I read an article in Times of India last year. When the pandemic struck, they had less immunity. People who were already affected, by inhaling methyl isocyanide, they were the first ones to be affected by COVID-19. No one had survived. Do you know this story of Bhopal? Very heart-wrenching story. They managed to live for another 36 years, right? With a lot of pain, with a lot of personal afflictions. They managed to live, but they were completely wiped out during the pandemic. They all vanished from the face of the earth, right? This is how generations vanish. People vanish from the face of the earth and we don't realize. So they were not given medical facilities. They were not given compensation. They died for no fault of their own, because their mistake was they lived closer to Union Carbide. They could not live elsewhere. They could not move elsewhere. So in order to establish environmental justice, or what we call social justice and environmental justice, they are immanent with each other. They are inseparable. They are immanent with each other. One is inseparable from the other. So you call it environmental justice, you call it social justice. After all, we humans are also part of this world. Okay, now this cradle to cradle vision. They call this cradle to cradle vision. Now, what is this cradle to cradle vision? Cradle is the birth. So now it returns to the cradle, whatever you produce, and it goes on an endless cycle. And that every material is either a well-designed technical nutrient or biological nutrient. And there is nothing called waste. There is nothing called waste. So can we remove this concept or the word waste from our dictionary? Because there is nothing called waste, because everything gets recycled. Only when you leave something behind as unusable, then you term it waste. If you say everything gets recycled, then the concept of waste itself disappears. And now when that disappears, because human beings are also regarded as waste, human beings are also called the dregs. You know dregs? D-R-E-G-S. What collects at the bottom of your teacup or the coffee cup, we call it dregs. So that is also waste. we just throw it away. So the very concept of waste itself will disappear. Hope you won't call my lecture a waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We can all applaud for him. Thank you, sir. I got reminded of your opening statement where you quoted Stephen Jay Gould and said, "We cannot win this battle to save species and environments without forging an emotional bond with ourselves and with nature." And you sure forged an emotional bond with every one of the audience. Thank you very much, sir. You deliberated upon environmental ethics, circular economy, and environmental justice, presenting us with ways that can help perceive literary studies to be green, erasing the supposed futility of eco-criticism. And you deflated the myth of such discussions as cries in wilderness. Thank you, sir. We have Mr. Sam Daniel over here from 2nd MA English to share with us how students benefited out of the wonderful session, and question and answer session followed by that.
Okay, fine. Right.
First of all, good afternoon, sir. Every time when we come for your lecture, we feel that we are somewhat prepared to listen to your lecture. But a minute into your lecture, you remind us that no, we have to learn a lot to understand at least the basics of it. And you do not leave us there, but you teach us right from the basics so that we are in the process of understanding every lecture that you give, sir. Thank you so much for taking out your time and dealing with this lecture. It was really an amazing concept that we were introduced. I'm sure that most of us would have never thought about social justice from the point of environmental justice ever. To be frank, I have never thought about that. And it reminds us that how little we are in our thinking, that we only focus on ourselves, that we never focus on even on our fellow beings next to us. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. And we think that this lecture would give us a good start for us to take at least baby steps for now, at least for now onwards, to walk towards a perfect society. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Any question?
For want of time, I'm limiting the questions from the audience to one good question. You can choose what that is going to be. From the online presenters, we have a few questions, sir.
Yeah.
The first one is, can you please describe eco-materialism?
Eco-materialism. Okay, right. Now, see, everything comes from planet Earth. Okay, we talk about a sustainable goal where we say we cannot exploit the natural resources, but people call it sustainable capital. Now, when we use the term sustainable capital, that is whatever the wealth we create from the natural resources, it comes from, as I mentioned in my lecture, this doesn't come from the moon or the Mars. It comes from the earth in which we live. So that becomes, one form of good, where goods and services flow from the resources, the natural resources only, what we call goods and services. So we are dependent on that. Of course, we talk about a material world in which we live, and anything that can be converted from, see, I want to quote here Pierre Bourdieu. So he talks about how cultural capital can be converted into economic capital, right? And such things. Here also, now ecological capital can be converted into economic capital. So when that happens, we call that eco-materialism, right? So we talk about, even we show certain goods, handmade goods, and you demand more money for that, 20 times more than suppose an ordinary product costs you, a small handbag, a plastic handbag costs you, let us say 150 rupees, but a handmade one with a natural product, it costs you 1,500 rupees, right? That's how we market. We market natural products, we market nature things. That becomes eco-materialism. Okay, so in the long run, it is also about production, right? Economic production, and also creating wealth. It is a kind of a capital by which we all stand to, we all means the whoever the merchant or the trader or he stands to gain. And people use the term eco-materialism. Okay, so anything can be converted from one to another, or one form of capital to another form of capital.
Yes, sir. Moving on to the next question. Can you suggest some novels on environmental migration for research?
No, environmental migration, no, I'm not very sure. But see, there are novels, for instance, say from the war zones, especially. Now there are internal conflicts. Say Barack Obama, when he gave his Nobel acceptance speech, he talks about not conflicts between nations, conflict within nations. So nations at civil war, nations at war with itself. So now people tend to migrate. Look at countries like Syria, Libya, Iraq, and all these conflict zones in the world. Now currently from Ukraine, people have migrated on a large scale. And the scorched earth policy. Now, what do you mean by scorched earth policy? Now look at in Ukraine, all the cities have been flattened out. They are burned down and they become uninhabitable for human beings. The same thing happened in Syria, and forests are destroyed, cities are destroyed, livelihoods are destroyed. So they all have forced, they have to migrate. See, there are many novels written by Syrian novelists, The Girl from Aleppo, right? There are many novelists. See, I'm not able to recollect all those names. So especially from conflict zones like Syria, Libya, Iraq, and many such places, we come across such novels, we can read them.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question. How to develop a reverential attitude towards nature?
Reverential
attitude. I think you covered it in your talk.
I started with the reverent sympathy and reverential attitude. See, reverential attitude comes when you hold something on a higher plane. Say, for instance, you hold your, I do not know how many of you hold your teachers with a reverential attitude, right? But if you hold your teachers with a reverential attitude, your elders at home, that means you put them on a pedestal, on a higher plane, and you show your reverence. That means if you think of nature, even a small bird, right, or even a small insect, as someone more important than you are, then that reverence comes. Okay, so I'll just give a small story. A mason was living next to my home. He saw a huge cobra, and he was talking with the cobra. Right? He was talking with folded hands. And another neighbor of mine noted he was talking to whom? He was talking to a snake. And the snake it had expanded its hood, and it was there almost 2 feet above the earth. This man was standing reverentially before that, calling it Narajana. The snake seemed to nod its head and it went away. Nothing happened. And I asked him out of curiosity, right? No. He said, no, I with folded hands, I mean, whether to call it ignorance or stupidity or simple reverence towards that snake, I do not know. Right? He didn't try to kill that. He never attempted to kill it. Taking a stick, like D.H. Lawrence says in his famous poem, right? There was a reverence in that poem. I stood behind the snake as if he had come someone before me to drink water. That is reverence. Okay? So remember those lines from that poem? He gives it a personhood as if it was something that it had come before him. I am standing in queue next to you. So you be the first now, let me be the second. Right? Reverence. It is not simply rhapsodizing nature. Like Nightingale, you are beautiful, skylark, you are invisible up in the sky, I can hear your song. Fine. But reverence is you attribute personhood and treat as if it were your fellow being.
Thank you, sir. That is othering with equality, I suppose. Yes. Thank you very much. And there is one more interesting question of the scope on research in eco-cinema.
Right. Now, eco-cinema, unfortunately, it has been reduced to short films, right? Not full-length commercial films or full-length films of entertainment. But there are films like Avatar, for instance, a film like Avatar. And there are even there are eco cinema where it talks about like a predators and things like that. The best eco cinema I love is from National Geographic Channel. All right. So I tirelessly I sit and watch a predator-prey relationship, right? And even how the hunter becomes the hunted, how a lion is hunted by a Cape buffalo, how a Cape buffalo kills or how a crocodile kills a leopard, right? Traditionally, a leopard is a hunter, whereas all these things, for me, that is eco cinema. You may call it a documentary, right? But all the same, it comes through the medium called film. So I treat it as eco cinema. But eco cinema, well, there are many things. Wherever films like Transporter and things like that, you watch those films, it is all about protecting ecology, protecting. There are certain things you watch those films. I'm not very familiar with those.
Thank you, sir. The last question, I'm giving the honor to Professor Edwin Moses. He would like to pose a question to you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, I'm thinking of eco-philosophy.
Okay.
Can eco-philosophy help in achieving environmental justice? Or maybe I'm thinking, is it eco-philosophy similar to what we were talking about, reverence to nature?
Yeah.
Or how to practice eco-philosophy?
Okay. One is, the moment you talk about eco-philosophy, the name Arnes comes to my mind. So once Arnes and his friends, they went to the Himalayas. This he mentions in his work. They went to the Himalayas and they were simply impressed by the Sherpa culture. The Sherpas, they were the guides for even today, they are the guides for most of the Western adventurers who want to climb on Mount Everest. So he says, there are certain no-go zones on the Himalayas. The Sherpas view that with so much of reverence, where they don't want to set their foot on. They don't want to set their foot on such places, and they hold the mountains with so much of reverence, because it is something, they don't call it God. They don't call it God or any other being, but they hold the mountain with such reverence. They don't want to step on that. So he calls that, right, something amazing. And we human beings are proud of the fact that we have went to the last point in Antarctica. We have reached the top point in Arctic, and we have plumbed the depths of the ocean. We make such claims. He says, leave them alone. They are sacred. They are sacred. Now, you attach some kind of sanctity. That is the reverential sympathy on one side, but you take that reverence to that level, which you always reserve for God. So now, the sanctum sanctorum, many people won't even dare to enter or even to touch the sanctum sanctorum. People have so much of reverence. That comes from a philosophy that in this world, there are places, there are oceans, mountains, and places towards which we have to develop. And this comes from a personal philosophy. So Arnes is one such person. And environmental philosophy, philosophy is what? According to Philip Sidney, philosophy is concerned with the present. Philosophy is something that directs your everyday life. He says historian belongs to the past, studies the past, whereas the poet talks about future, whereas the philosopher is rooted in the present. So philosophy is nothing but a personal ideology which we all have and which we all make use of to conduct our everyday life. Yeah. So you develop your own personal philosophy, right? Individual ecosophy. Now he also talks about that ecosophy tea, that special place on mountain top and tree top he talks about. Yeah, Thoreau has his own personal philosophy. See, when Thoreau was in Walden, he had his own personal philosophy, and he wanted to live on a tree top, growing nothing but cabbage and carrots, and he lived like that. And he conducted his life like that. Emerson had a different philosophy, which depended mostly on self-reliance. Right, that is an Emersonian thinking. Right.
Good afternoon, sir. The question is about cannibalism. Why cannibalism treated as a taboo in some other culture? What do you think about this? And what is your point of view about cannibalism?
Okay, right. There is a group of people called, they live in Venezuela. They live in places called Shibona. All right. Now, look at this. There are two types of cannibalism. One is altruistic cannibalism. Then the other one is antagonistic cannibalism. Now, altruistic cannibalism is you don't even bury one of your folk to rot and decay. The entire community itself eats when someone dies, right? So that means you are distributed among the entire community, right? You are eaten. I mean, you may find it's a bit nauseating, but listen to me. So you are distributed. This is called altruistic cannibalism, okay? So I don't have time to discuss anthropology and things like that now. Now, antagonistic cannibalism is you treat someone as your enemy, your fears, as an enemy. Now, even when you kill your own enemy, you eat his own flesh, thereby even telling the enemy group, enemy community, now I don't again allow you to rot, you become part of me. So cannibalism now, as we think, don't think they were people who were barbaric, right? Who were barbaric and who were, no, they had certain reasons to practice cannibalism. So go and look at altruistic cannibalism and antagonistic cannibalism. Ultimately, the basic idea is that that person becomes part of you. That person becomes part of you by eating someone's flesh. Okay. Now, say you extend that. I mean, I'm not talking blasphemy or anything. Look at the Christian concept of what we call in church, you go and take bread and wine, all right? Bread and wine, and people say you eat the flesh, all right? Okay, so this is the blood, this is the flesh. It is a symbolic act, okay? So many people made a study of this. Now, you don't literally eat the flesh of Christ. You don't literally drink his blood. By doing so, it becomes part of you. It's a symbolic act. Okay. It requires a long discussion, but hope I have answered you reasonably. All right. Go and find out altruistic cannibalism and antagonistic cannibalism. But today, say the last person I know of who practiced cannibalism was Idi Amin. He was the president of Uganda and he passed away only recently. And he was merrily eating the human flesh of his own generals and captains. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you, as always. Thank you, sir.
We are moving on to the valedictory session. It is an absolute honor for me to introduce Dr. Joyce Agofore, Senior Lecturer, Department of English of Literary Studies, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria. Ma'am's research interest lies in the fields of environmental literary studies, ecofeminism, gender studies, oral literature, post-colonial studies, and comparative literature.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am has received various grants and fellowships, namely African Humanities Program Mentoring and Application Preparation Workshop Grant, Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria, American Council of Learned Societies of the African Humanities Program Postdoctoral Fellow, Rhodes University, Grahamstown, South Africa. Fulbright Foreign Students Research Fellow, University of Idaho, USA. Ma'am is an active member of Nigerian Folklore Society, Literature in Northern Nigeria, Nigerian Literature Society of Nigeria, African Literature Association. Ma'am has presented and published various papers in both national and international conferences. Ma'am has contributed to articles in textbooks, articles in newspapers and magazines, and awaits the publication of 2 books, namely Eco-Poetry and Nigerian and African Indian Landscape, to be published by the African Humanities Series, and the Nigerian Military and Civilian Elites, to be published by Galda Verlag, publishers based in Berlin, Germany. Ma'am, without further ado, may I have the privilege of inviting you for the valedictory address.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the organizers. I would like to share my screen.
Ma'am, please go ahead and share your screen, ma'am.
Thank you. Is it there?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you so much. Once again, I appreciate you all for having me. And the title of my presentation is Environmental Imagination, Bioregionalism, and African Environmental Philosophy. Basically, in my presentation, I will be looking at the whole idea, the idea of environmental philosophy, the concept of bioregionalism, bioregionalism in African environmental philosophy, the characteristics of bioregionalism, as well as how African literary artists have reflected bioregionalism in their works, and how bioregionalism and African environmental philosophy can contribute to a sustainable oriented future. My paper basically shows that there are multifarious changes that are brought about globalization and technological advancement have serious implications on the natural world. This is because diverse places are in peril due to their transformations for resources and commercial purposes. My paper deploys insights from bioregionalism to examine how literary writers have responded to the challenges of environmental degradation alongside the necessity for conservation. Although bioregionalism emerged from North America and has repeatedly been articulated from that vista, I wish to raise the imperative of merging the insights of bioregionalism and African environmental philosophy. Consequently, my paper will examine 4 texts, one from East Africa, South Africa, West Africa, and even North Africa. And these texts they are there on the screen, about a memo by Wangari Maathai, Heart of Redness. You have the bleeding of the stone and the taste of the harmattan. And these works that illustrate representations of the relationship between environmental imaginations and place-rootedness. In other words, my study underscores a shift towards environmental sensibilities and collective actions grounded in the concept of bioregionalism and African environmental thoughts towards regionally based places for a sustainable oriented future. Environmental literature and imagination, therefore, plays a key role in shaping our understanding of the world, the planet, the earth, and our relationship among humans and the non-human nature. In other words, it tells us something about who we are as a society, as a people, and how we can find stability and regain our lost intimacy with the natural world. The severity of contemporary ecological challenges that stares us in the face calls for integral solutions that go beyond existing scientific and technological advancement and political institutions. Therefore, environmental imaginations calls for devotion beyond human-induced changes to the earth system. Present-day challenges, environmental challenges such as climate change, pandemics, global warming, and eco-disasters affect diverse bioregions and thereby constrain the ability of local communities to maintain traditions they've always known, traditions consistent with their past within states, provinces, and regions within countries. And this has informed the like of Michael Magnus to explain that even, for instance, coal currently being burnt in power plants in the Tennessee Valley generates carbon dioxide gas that reside in the atmosphere for decades, thereby contributing to global warming and sea level rise, affecting nations like Bangladesh, Egypt, and others. As well, the excessive demand for fossil fuels, petroleum resources, for instance, in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, where I'm from, leave decades of toxic pollution in the atmosphere that goes a long way to contribute to environmental destruction. As well, the demand for hardwood, for instance, as pointed out by Mark Genius, for furniture in Japan, could lead to destruction of rainforests in Indonesia, Brazil, and others. What these few issues communicate or raise are that the actions that generate environmental dysregulation must be assessed regionally, thereby making the concept of bioregionalism relevant to contemporary society. In this regard, the notion of bioregionalism was coined by Alan van Nieuwkerk in 1975. Bioregionalism is not a new idea. It can be traced to the Prima, the Aboriginal or native inhabitants of the landscape. We have the Native Americans, we have the Australian Aboriginal culture, even the African tradition and other pre-modern cultures. They all practice the principles of bioregionalism. Bioregionalism therefore opposes environmental justice, eco-criticism, and first wave eco-criticism, and the responsibility, the need for a responsibility to the land, to place, and to natural habitats. The like of Peter Beck and Raymond Dasmo explicates bioregion as a geographical terrain and a terrain of consciousness. In other words, a place and the ideas that have developed about how to live in that place. A bioregion, therefore, is not a blank space, an unoccupied space or place, or a framework, or a body, or a material waiting for human development, for new human inscription, or endless human encroachment. Not at all. The like of Peter Berg, Raymond Dasman, Gary Snyder, and many others brought the bioregionalism to popularity, geared towards tackling locally engraved environmental concerns. Bioregionalism therefore suggests that humans should organize themselves into bioregional communities. These societies will be self-governing, relatively autonomous, and comprised of small groups based on watersheds, river drainages, or other bioregional characteristics. The ideal is to connect and to care for the land. There are many advocates of bioregionalism, like I've mentioned earlier. We have Pezzoli, Kate Pezzoli. She defines it, I'd like to mention this, that bioregionalism as a social movement and action-oriented field of study focuses on enabling human communities to live, to work, to eat, and play sustainably within Earth's dynamic web of life. At the heart of this matter is that humans are social animals, and if as social animals we are to flourish, we need healthy relationships and secure attachments in our living arrangements with one another and with the land. Raymond Dasman has his own point of view about bioregionalism. I also like to bring to fore Cherry Glofetti and Eve Questling's definition of bioregionalism. It says it opposes that bioregional movement is a decentered grassroots movement of people and communities in diverse locations that are making an effort to craft a way of life and a means to support appropriate the natural characteristics of the particular places where they live. The ideas therefore focus on ecological restoration, wilderness, spirituality, autonomy, social ecology, and watershed politics. From the aforementioned definitions, it is obvious that bioregionalism does not have a specific definition, a specific ideology, but rather ideas from diverse places and cultures. Bioregionalism put together, therefore, is an environmental, literary, and cultural movement in the field of environmental humanities that lays emphasis on reconnecting people to the land in ways conversant to its inhabitants. It centers on ideas and practices that stress habitat restoration, placemaking, and intimate network with other living beings in a particular location. I'd like to say there's much to be said about bioregional ethics. However, there are critics in their reductionist views that perceive bioregionalism as merely utopian, as oversimplified, as plainly fallacious or idealistic. For instance, we have the like of Andrew Brenner, who argues that bioregionalism has totalitarian overtones, and even when interpreted as an empirical recommendation, incorporates an optimistic and romanticized conception of war. For me, I think remnants are just fallouts of capitalist sensibilities that stem from post-colonial viewpoints. Therefore, what are the commitments, the core commitments of bioregionalism? It emphasizes land, and it is land and human-centered. It celebrates natural, communal living, self-sufficiency, and smallness of scale. It opposes centralization of political power or institutions in government, as well as multinational conglomerates. The concept bioregionalism centers on the creation of a decentralized political economic structure, democratically controlled by local communities. Bioregionalism in African environmental philosophy. I would like you to know that bioregionalism, that expression of that term, is not mentioned in any way in African environmental philosophy. However, Africans advocate for an environmental stewardship that gives recognition to caring for living beings that exist in a place. Aboriginal thought is embedded in African beliefs, their values, their actions, their way of life in such a way that it is completely innate, it's inborn. By Africans, I mean Africans before Western colonization disturbed the African to begin to engage in activities that are on Africa. The like of Chigo, Joseph Ekwelo, sees African philosophy as a background belief in the connection of nature, community, and man, from which an ethical relationship is well defined. On the other hand, we have the like of John Samuel Mbiti, who articulates that African people have a deep sense of right and wrong. And this moral sense has produced customs, rules, laws, traditions, and even taboos, which can be observed in each society for harmonious living with both humans and the environment at large. These modes of understanding help to understand the system, how the system works, and hence, therefore, accommodate other non-human agencies. Bioregional thought, again, is seen in African philosophy in the whole notion of family in relation to with sense of place. This fosters reverence for the natural world and other forms in the ecosystem. thereby encouraging a collective intimacy towards environmental preservation in a bioregion. African environmental philosophy also emphasizes moral obligation towards future generations. It is conscious of the ecological damage that may be passed over a long period of time. This therefore suggests that humanity must rethink its overall identity on how it relates with the natural world and its place within the broader natural balance. Again, there are critics also who believe Africans can never be ecologically friendly. We have like a bird, Calicut, who believes that Africa looms as a big black spot on the world map of indigenous environmental ethics, which says African thought orbits seemingly around human interests. The African human interest, I'd like to put it, as others have also pointed out, does not merely imply destructive domination over the rest of nature. Rather, human interest stems from a responsibility to care to maintain and protect or conserve the environment. That is because the African is aware that his or her well-being depends solely on the welfare of the natural environment. This lends credence to the Zulu saying, the Ubuntu idea of oneness. I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. However, external influences such as international economic dynamics of corruption, poverty, craze for profits, deforestation, have brought about environmental crises in diverse African cultures. This is because African bioregions are now experiencing development that have acute development that have deleterious ways, impacts on the environment. Contrary to traditional African practices of environmental conservation, they have always known. These are some of the concerns which African writers bring to forth in their works. In this slide, we look at original consciousness in African literary works. And the like of Lynch, Tom Lynch, Lafayette, and Brewster affirm that literature and other creative works can help citizens develop a sense of place. The premise that imagination is one key to developing new and better ideas about how to live in our specific places, including a sense of how our individual bioregions are embedded in a larger global biosphere. On this note, therefore, the writer and activist and Nobel Peace Prize winner, Wangari Maathai's Unbound, a memoir, illustrates environmental changes after the colonial destruction of the Kenyan landscape and place. She laments that the demonization of Africa's indigenous culture led to the virtual disappearance of indigenous foods, like millet and many others, and thereby reducing the local biodiversity. And it is on this note that Caminero Sandero Brand states that Matthias' writing is a part of the struggle against the environmental implications of modernity's narrative of development and the necessity for care for life place, and the necessity for care for life place. I also looked at the text. This particular text is from North Africa, Ibrahim Alconi's novel, The Bleeding of the Stone. He also laments environmental displacement of local place, where in that particular text, there's a character, Asu, a herdsman who lives in a desert and who treasures the place and its creatures. However, modern civilization soon visits that space when Christian tourists and hunters arrive to observe ancient paintings, as well as hunt for a wild sheep. Aswo is enticed with some money to guard the wadi, but he rejects it. This is because he knows, he believes, he accentuates the need to care for the non-human environment in his local place. He doesn't believe that gratification, monetary gratification, should inform that. Rather, he believes it's something that must come from within, and he demonstrates that. We also have Heart of Darkness by Zake. That's from a text from South Africa. He also emphasizes bioregionalism, where the novel conveys the struggles and resistance of a local South African community to avoid environmental destruction of their region, mainly to build a casino, a game reserve, and tourist development for people who end up getting dispossessed of their land. The novel captures how the African ecosystem is manipulated through non-native species to heal the local nature environment. Heart of Redness, therefore, emphasizes attention to place and against external destruction. I also picked from a collection of poems by Tanuro Jaide titled The Tale of the Hamilton. Again, he also brings to fore the need for bioregional sustainability, where he talks about oil, disproportionate pollutions, ecological paradises that have enveloped the local geographical terrains of the Delta community. Here again, in that there's a particular poem I would like to use, the Goat Song. In this particular poem, he laments the disruption of the close knits between humans and the environment, and even place. And he says, I sing the community's goat song. They are rounded into a guarded prison, south of the mountain palace, where the king and his cohorts carouse a bacchanalia that breaks the rock of silence. The carnage on the delta space is that much that he laments, he bemoans, and he invokes and says, only thunder can hurt insatiable hands from clearing the Commonwealth table of cornucopia into pouches of the Lord, whereas the owners of the land are deserted, abandoned, rickety, brawling on sand, globes of anguish, their only share. Now, the lines bemoan the alteration of the people's way of life due to technological advancement and the craze for human development and profit as well, which have affected or compromised the health of regional places by multinational corporation and their cohorts for mining explorations and exploitations. Wangari, Manda, Unda, Kony, and Karule's works are bioregionalism and African environmental conscious at heart, as their works connect literally and imaginatively to address distinctive regional places and environment. Their works show that progress comes to a place at the cost of environmental destruction. Hence, the writers oppose multinational corporations and their cohorts. The writers are propelled by a moral concern to reorient humans towards holistic regional economies that support place-based habitation, a balance with all things, along with a political and economic structure controlled by local communities. In other words, for sustainable changes to occur, the life of Wangari, therefore, brought the idea that local women should improve the environment by planting trees to slow the process of deforestation, desertification, and make native fauna and flora flourish in Kenya. Unda, in his own way, calls for a mindset rooted in place, where a sustainable and a cohabitable space is available to humans and non-humans, where foreign species of plants are not allowed to kill local ones. At the same time, we have the like of Ibrahim and even Jaden, the writer Ibrahim from North Africa, like I mentioned, suggests caution amidst the craze for advancement and modernization that stares us in the face. We also find the same idea or notion in the work of Tanuro Jaide. He calls for, a change of mindset from exploration or environmental exploration as exploitation, for allowing things be the way God has destinies has ordained it to be. Bioregionalism, therefore, and African environmental thinking can contribute significantly to a sustainable future. This is because it is obvious that humanity's collective capacity to nurture healthy relationships with the natural environment is not being accomplished in any way. Local places have become vulnerable again and again through impacts of globalization by increasing consumption and production patterns, thereby depleting the ecosystem. With myriads of ecological degradations or destruction that's become the norm, there's the need to promote a mindset for local inhabitation. This can only be realized when every human, every community that exists, every community exists within a specific bioregion. Oh, sorry, it's only a particular human, every human and who exists in a particular community that can maintain a particular bioregion. So there's the need for us to have that mindset that wherever you are, you're able to maintain that space, that place. Therefore, perceptions of bioregionalism can be a means of countering unmanaged exploitation and displacement of water, wildlife, and forest products. It is in this light that the like of Aldo Leopold and Ness and others have emphasized place-centeredness. We also have the like of Ursula Hayes in her work, Sense of Place and Sense of Planet, where she also she advances the notion of eco-cosmopolitanism, which is related to globalization or deteriorization, as a more potential regional-based eco-discourse. For her, it is an alternative to nationally based forms of identity and environmental world citizenship. I think this is not realistic, knowing that globalization triggers resource exploitation, overconsumption, displacement, loss of land, violence, and even alters life and meaning the way it ought to be. My paper, therefore, basically raises the initiative that will enable individuals to rethink and act bioregional, or what I call eco-local. This is because life place or place rootedness has a profound impact on a people's development, identity, their worldview, and relationship to a region or locale. The like of Brian Taylor puts it this way, that people within a given ecological region can, by virtue of being there, learn the land, its climate patterns, native flora and fauna, water systems, soils, and so on, better care for and build ecological sustainable lifeways than can people and institutions placed far away or further away. The like of Dina L. Desuki submits that place-specific ecological literatures are key to the process of releasing the world from the chokehold of standardizing complexes responsible for so many of the intertwined ecological and humanitarian crises we face today. Therefore, locally rootedness to place is one of the ways to be environmentally mindful and responsible due to the ongoing estrangement from the natural world or space. Along this line, Wendell Berry mentions or cautions that at present, our society is almost entirely nomadic. It is moving about on the face of this continent with a mindless destructiveness, without a complex knowledge of one's place and without the faithfulness to one's place on which such knowledge depends. It is inevitable that the place will be used carelessly and eventually destroyed. Without such knowledge and faithfulness, moreover, the culture of a country will be superficial and merely decorative. Gofferty, in her essay, Literary Studies in an Age of Environmental Crisis, also warns, we have reached the age of environmental limits, a time when the consequences of human actions are damaging planet's basic support system. We are there. Either we change our ways or we face global catastrophe, destroying much beauty and exterminating countless fellow species in our headlong race to apocalypse. In this light, bioregionalism, in tandem with African environmental thinking, can bring about the kind of landscape care the world needs at the moment. This is imperative since at the local and regional level, people will be directly alert and mindful of the consequences of their decisions and actions to preserve the environment. Although concerns have been raised that dominant societies have for a very long time established a centralized government, it will not be an easy task to shift to a bioregional community. However, I say that I believe that to end the culture of destroying the natural world, these persuasive decisions, policies, and a change in mindset towards a more sustainable living must be embraced no matter how long it takes. My paper therefore reiterates the need to merge bioregionalism and African environmental conscious ethical lifestyle of simplicity, self-sufficiency, and subsistence as an alternative to globalization's senseless consumerism, undesirable transformation, and various holocaust. My paper echoes the need, therefore, to reorient individuals, communities, regions about conserving local places, satisfy only basic needs for human and non-human survival, then create institutions that have low impact on the ecosystem, then locate a balance between science, technology, and indigenous wisdom or local wisdom. In other words, there should be a conscious effort to adopt and apply bioregionalism and African environmental local wisdom in communities and regional government. Practice environmental education by validating the need for sense of place in and outside the classroom, for instance, by recounting environmental experiences and perception of distorted places. By that, a sense of place and stewardship could be enhanced. As well, establish a place-based awareness among students by assigning them to read works of writers who explore conservation of local regions. As a way forward, my paper therefore maintains that amidst the rising hypertrends regarding environmental crisis, my essay considers the concept of bioregionalism as a worldwide region-centered environmental imagination that can bring about a sustainable environmental future. This is because this is based on the activism that regional locales can be restored by caring locally in relation to sustainable interaction between the human and non-human world. My paper foregrounds that though bioregionalism is a North American response to modern environmental real, African environmental philosophy has much to add to bioregional living for a sustainable ecosystem and a self-sufficient economy. This shift may impact other political regions because of the globalized world we live in. Nonetheless, it should be geared towards a democratic, self-sustaining, and localized living standard. Taken together, therefore, my paper emphasizes that there is a dire necessity to sensitize people and regional governments in diverse locales to think, to act, and exist in an equal, efficient, responsible balance with science, with technology, and everyday existence for the now and for generations to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. To the participants who are joined online, we are open for discussion. You can post your questions in the chat box. After the question and answer session, I'll be thanking ma'am, deliberating on what she was discussing. Participants, you can please post your questions. By that time, I have some questions from the audience here who are offline, ma'am. Can I read them out to you? Ma'am, can I read out a few questions to you?
Okay, please. That's fine by me.
Could you give some examples in change in practices before and after colonization in Africa? The change in practices before and after colonization in Africa.
Like I mentioned earlier, before now, the relationship, local communities' relationship, or Africans before now, their relationship with their environment was sustainable. That's why I mentioned in my presentation, it was subsistence. In other words, it was not extremely for maybe let's say for exports in that manner. It was for something that would take care of a particular community per time. However, gradually, with the coming of colonization, all of that has metamorphosed because there's an unusual craze for overproduction, for overconsumption, and for exploitation of resources. So all of these have brought Africa to where we are today. That is why I made mention using those texts. I use examples of what the writers have reflected. Like from my own point of view, my own bioregion, where I come from here in Nigeria, before 1970, when oil was discovered, the people lived, you go to ponds, even ponds, you can harvest big fishes and other sea bodies. But now you can't do any of that because it has been destroyed by exploration of oil. Oil exploration has destroyed the natural system ever since colonization became the order, and it is still ongoing. Pollution every day, and all those spaces have been so degraded that the people now have taken to other sources of existence. Now you hear of terrorism becoming the order. That is because what they have lived on is no longer there for them. So they've taken up arms to sustain their living.
Ma'am, can I read out the next question, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yeah. How is the silk cotton tree held in reverence in the African region? How does such a practice help in the preservation of the tree, provided it is an economic asset?
Sorry, I didn't get that clearly.
Ma'am, the silk cotton tree, it is held in reverence in the African region. How does such a practice? Silk cotton?
Silk cotton?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Silk cotton, okay. I was thinking I could probably see let me see if I can see the questions. It will also help me.
Ma'am, should you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, I thought I could get it on the screen. Then go ahead, please.
Ma'am, just as you were discussing bioregionalism, we were finding out that the silk cotton tree is held in reverence in the African region. So the question is silk cotton.
Silk cotton, okay.
Yeah. How it is held in reverence in the region, and how does such a practice help in the preservation of the tree, provided it is an economic asset?
If I got that question right, silk cotton, the planting of, we call it the cotton tree, the cotton, for my people, is something used nowadays. It can be exported to other places for clothing and all of that. But before now, the planting of the silk cotton plant or tree has helped in taking care of erosion and all of that. So that's how I can explain that. It has helped in addressing desertification. It has helped in addressing erosion. It has also helped in sustaining the land, because the cotton, for instance, is a valuable economic tree from where I'm from, where it is used to make different kind of African attire. So it is highly revered. That plant is highly revered, and it has gone a long way in also helping the African people subsistently. Just beyond just being a silk cotton, Even it is a means. The people also use the seed for food. So it is a highly reverent kind of plant. And it has also helped in sustaining the African landscape. Like I said, it could be used to curb erosion. It could be used to curb desertification. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question. How does the popular media, through a movie like Black Panther, fuse science and technology and indigenous wisdom?
I didn't get that.
Ma'am, I'll repeat. How does the popular media, through a movie like Black Panther, fuse science and technology and indigenous wisdom?
I can't really, that movie, The Black Panther, I have to be sincere, I've not really watched it. I keep saying I'll watch the movie. But basically, the media has a lot of, has a way of reflecting the African philosophy. Because by showcasing that movie, The Black Panther itself, like I've had people say, brings to light many of African ethics of place, the need for interrelated, our connection with all things. So though I've not really watched the text, but I've had people say that the writer has actually brought to fore the African ethics of place and sustainability.
Thank you, ma'am. There is one more question. How do you integrate Africanization with African environmental imagination and philosophy? I repeat, how do you integrate Africanization with African environmental imagination and philosophy?
Well, if I got that question correctly, the whole idea of Africanization, the whole idea of environmental imagination or philosophy boils down to one thing, bringing to fore the place of Africans, the place of Africans in the global world, in the world. Let me put it that way, because when you talk about Africanization, Africanization is a very broad concept, and but I'm really concerned about the African environmental imagination that emphasizes, just like the topic says, African environmental imagination and philosophy or ethics, brings to light all the notions towards guiding the environment, all the notions towards sustaining the environment. And I think in that same light, the same African environmental could integrating Africanization, that is the whole notion of being an African, also comes into play, because African environmental imagination or philosophy, therefore, brings to fore the mindset of the African towards sustaining himself, his community, and his environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is the last question. Can you please give some examples of African folk tales on environment? African folk tale examples.
African folk tales. African folk tales are very many. Whoever this person is, I don't know if the person could reach out to me. I could email some that I know, but at the moment I can't really lay my hands on any. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll give your email address to the participants. Those who are interested can contact ma'am for questions.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for elaborating on bioregionalism by defining the term, discussing who the advocates of bioregionalism are, and how humans organize themselves in bioregional communities, like the African community that is self-governing, it is autonomous, and it is a community that practices bioregionalism. It lives bioregionalism. And you moved forward and deliberated on bioregionalism and the core commitments of it and how it relates to African environmental philosophy and the consciousness, bioregional consciousness. You have widened our understanding of the concept of bioregionalism, ma'am, and how the African nation perceives environmental and philosophical standpoints on it. Thank you very much for your invigorating talk, ma'am. It was wonderful listening to you. On behalf
I
of the
really
Department
appreciate
of
it.
English, I extend my thanks to you, ma'am. Sincere thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I now call forward Dr. Annie to present the report of the two-day virtual international conference on environmental imagination and greening of literary studies.
A very pleasant afternoon. On behalf of the organizing committee, I deem it a great privilege to present the report of the conference. The Department of English, Bishop College, organized a two-day virtual international conference on environmental imagination and greening of literary studies on 27th and 28th July 2022. The deliberations focused on the need for a modified understanding of our present environment and the ongoing crisis or reality which threaten human and non-human today. The conference began at 10 a.m. on 27 July 2022 with invocation. Dr. Ronald David, Assistant Professor, Bishikiba College, offered the opening prayer. Dr. S. Shobana, Dean of Arts, Head and Associate Professor, Department of English, welcomed the guest speakers and the participants. Around 320 faculty members, students, and research scholars attended the conference. Thereafter, the organizing secretary, Dr. K. Shanti, introduced the rationale of the conference, underlining the need to heed to the wake-up call and make literary studies green, thereby safeguarding the integrity of the living planet in the best ways possible. She stated the necessity to not only talk green and walk green, but also to write green. Further, she introduced the keynote speaker, Professor Scott Slovic. Professor Scott Slovic, University Distinguished Professor of Environmental Humanities and English Department, Chair at University of Idaho, Moscow, Idaho, USA, delivered the keynote address. The topic for his talk was In Media Res, Complacency, Vigilance, and the Practice of the Medical Environmental Humanities during the ongoing COVID pandemic. His talk was built on the premise that the COVID pandemic is ongoing. He introduced the psychological ideas of complacence, vigilance, and the fluctuation between the two with regard to the pandemic. Professor Slovic's interdisciplinary talk focused on the recent research on environmental humanities by researchers around the globe. From his article, COVID World, COVID Mind, published in Bifrost, a Swedish website, he spoke briefly about the psychological aspect of pandemic experience. Further, he expounded on Rob Nixon's concept of slow violence and asserted that imperceptibility does not equate to non-existence. Professor Slovic spoke of psychological insensitivity, pseudo-inefficacy, and psychological numbing that renders human mind tragically insensitive to large-scale phenomena. Also, he presented multidimensional communication, which includes images and narratives as an interesting approach to environmental humanities. His view of literature as a contagion that must spur people to action without pushing them over the edge of despair was a great impetus to venture into this area of research. The jam-packed session was followed by question and answer session, where the resource person clarified all the queries raised by the participants. The second speaker for the day was Dr. Nirmal Selvamani, writer and eco-critic, former professor at Head, Department of English Studies, Dean, Central University of Tamil Nadu, South India. His lecture on When is Literature Green Enough? Highlighted the intrinsic worth of all living beings. He observed that imagination is a useless and dangerous mental faculty if pursued without action. He spoke of imagination as an entity that transgresses the boundary between real and unreal. The speaker established the multivalence of the term greenness by emphasizing and highlighting a variety of things that the term stands for. He accentuated green based on human attitude to the environment, thereby differentiating reformers and radicals. His interesting analogy of green imagination as a food coupon presented the key concept as a process rather than as an object. Dr. Nirmal Selvamani proclaimed the disharmonious relationship between the members of the Thinai home as the most urgent problem and restoring greenness to a de-greened world as a solution to the problem. He quantified the greenness of imagination based on its greening potential and concluded that imagination can be green enough only when it mends the broken Thinai home. Nirmal sir also answered all the queries raised by the participants. Post-lunch, the conference provided a platform for scholars and faculty members to present their research papers between 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. 8 parallel paper presentation sessions had vibrant chairpersons, Dr. Nibedita Bandyapadia, Assistant Professor, Shivnara University, Chennai, Dr. Lizzie Williams, Assistant Professor of English, St. Xavier's College, Palamkote, Dr. Swatileka Mahato, Assistant Professor, Sarala Birla University, Ranchi, Jharkhand, Dr. Shuganti, Assistant Professor, Holy Cross College, Trichy, Dr. Mary Sandra Quintal, Assistant Professor, Holy Cross College, Trichy, Dr. Suresh Frederick, Dean of Research and Development, UG Head and Associate Professor of English, Bishagiba College, Trichy, Dr. C. Dhanapal, Dean of Training and Placement, Coordinator of Shift 2 English, Associate Professor of English, Bishagiba College, Trichy, and Dr. G. Parvati, Associate Dean of Projects Arts, Assistant Professor of English, Bishagiba College, Trichy, were the chairpersons. A total of 84 delegates from Nigeria, Northeast India, Western India, Central India, Southern India presented their papers, and their findings contributed to the canons of eco-criticism. On the second day, Mr. Steve Loney, Assistant Professor of English, rendered the opening prayer. Dr. Suresh Frederick, Dean of R&D, UG Head and Associate Professor of English, extended a cordial welcome and set the tone of the conference. Professor Francois Besson, Emerita Professor from France, made an emphatic kaleidoscopic deliberation on perceive the colors of the world and be aware of a bond, the colors of conscience. She cited numerous references, including James Saba, The Last Flower, a parable of pictures, Farley Movet's Woman in the Mist, Gillian Rudd's Being Green in Late Medieval Literature, Pablo Picasso, Scott Slovic, Wangari Maathai, Pablo Picasso, Louis Helbig, etc. She provided a visual treat by exhibiting the diverse color of nature and traced how symbolization of colors changes, especially the nuances of green and its ambivalence. She also highlighted that beauty can be fatal, but wonder is the antidote of melancholy. She provided convincing answers to the questions posed by the participants. Professor D.E. Bennett, Associate Professor of English, National College, was the third plenary speaker. His topic was environmental ethics, circular economy and environmental justice. He emphasized that for healthy relationship, dominion is not possible. All are born free, all are equal other. He also referred Barry Commoner's Web of Life, Iris Murdoch's Metanoia, Ruskin Bond's Foxglove Principle, Paul Eldridge's Population Bomb. He cited nature is irrational, morality is anthropocentric, ecotourism is destroying biodiversity hotspots, extinctions of species leads to break in food chain. He also mentioned about UN 17 sustainable goal. He explained environmental process, green missionaries, and differentiated shallow ecology and deep ecology. He cautioned growth has the nature of cancer cell, and only 9% of the things available on the earth is recycled and the rest remains a waste, and how cascading effect is created. He elucidated circular economy, cradle to cradle vision, and the need for techno-nutrients through recycling, reusing, refurbishing, repairing, and biological nutrients. He affirmed that environmental justice is related to social justice. Economic prosperity should be connected to environmental safety. If not, it is a chaos. He concluded that there should be paradigm shift to environmental economy and literature should reiterate it. He gave vivid clarifications to the queries on eco-materialism, works on environmental migrations, etc. Dr. Joyce Agafore, Senior Lecturer, Department of English and Literary Studies, Ahmed Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria, delivered the valedictory address on environmental imagination, bioregionalism, and African environmental philosophy. She examined selected African literary works such as Unbowed, a memoir by Wangari Maathai from East Africa, Heart of Redness by Zakes Da, The Bleeding of Stone by Ibrahim A.L. Koni, and The Tales of Harmattan by Tanyere Ojede, and illustrated the relationship between environmental imagination and place-rootedness. She emphasized a shift towards environmental sensibilities and collective actions grounded in the concepts of bioregionalism and African environmental thoughts towards regional-based places for a sustainable oriented future. It was followed by an interactive Q&A session. Now, Dr. C. Dhanapal, Dean of Training and Placement, Associate Professor of English, Bishop College, will express his note of gratitude for the successful conduct of the conference. As an outcome of this conference, let us resolve with a resolve to walk the talk and be green in all possible ways. I would like to record my thanks to Dr. S. Melvin, Assistant Professor of English, for his goodwill and for the meticulous documentation of the proceedings of the day one. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Annie, for the meticulous presentation of the report of the two-day conference on environmental imagination and greening of literary studies. Ralph Waldo Emerson opines thus: cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you and give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. May I now call forward Dr. C. Dhanapal, Associate Professor of English, Coordinator of Shift 2, and Dean of Training and Placement, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all. Don't look daggers at me, because I know that I stand between you and your lunch. Okay. And whenever I take the mic for vote of thanks, I always feel that this is the most thankless assignment, vote of thanks. Okay. And whenever I take this mic for vote of thanks, I find only the very decent, cultured, refined people stay in the auditorium. Okay. Thank you very much. For the past 30 years, tremendous advances have been made in environmental education or humanities, but we have not made any significant progress in the field of industry, economics, and politics. Steady planetary degradation continues, which results in severe public health like corona and economic crisis. Conferences of this kind are the right platform to deliberate on such issues, and steps must be taken towards solutions to stop this environmental degradation and make this planet a better place to live. With this small note, I would like to thank first and foremost our principal, Dr. D. Paul Dayabaran, for his constant support to all the academic and intellectual activities of our department. We know that as a man of dynamism and enthusiasm, he always encourages all the constructive ventures of our department. I thank him in absentia. My sincere thanks are also due to our vice principals, Professor Alagappa Moses and Dr. Satya Seelan, for their valuable support to this conference in various dimensions. I also thank them for in absentia. We register our sincere or deep sense of gratitude to Professor Scott Slovic for his insightful keynote address. Sir has quoted in one of his articles that you don't have to be optimistic to be hopeful. You don't have to be optimistic to be hopeful. Okay. Though the present circumstances do not favor towards optimism, we have learned from his talk that we can be hopeful in our lives in future. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your wonderful talk. My special thanks to Dr. Nirmal Selvamani for taking time to deliver the first plenary talk in spite of his busy schedule at USC. Listening his lectures Normally, listening his lectures is an absolute bliss because he always connects his concern for environment with the Tamil literature like Thinai Purananuru, etc., etc. We also thank him for his initiating eco-criticism or eco-critical studies in Bishop Weber College, in Bishop Weber campus, Department of English, about 20 years back. Thank you, sir. Dr. Price, thank you very much for your passionate lecture. We could easily understand your concern for the environment from the very tone of presentation. We also thank you for referring so many books to create awareness on environmental degradation. Maybe for the first time, we listened to a lecture which connected various colors to environmental education. Thank you, Dr. Francois. Dr. Bennett, it is not a name for most of the persons, because Dr. Bennett is not a name, but it is an emotion. I always think that he does not have students. He has only disciples. And we are really honored to have such an eminent person who is known for his simplicity and humility as a special speaker for this conference. Whenever we listen to him, be it an informal talk or a special lecture like this, he never fails to give us new insights. For example, I have never imagined that the word growth has a negative connotation. The word growth has a negative connotation. And Mr. Bennett has quoted the sentence, growth has the nature of cancerous cells. Growth has, from environmental perception, he says that growth has the nature of cancerous cells. Okay? For the first time, we understand that growth is a dangerous term. Growth is a dangerous term. Thank you, Dr. Bennett, for being a part of this conference and for being an inspiration to many young minds. Dr. Joyce, thank you very much for your lecture on bioregionalism. Bioregionalism has no specific ideas, but rather ideas from diverse places. It reconnects the people to the land. It celebrates the local aspects of environment. Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for opening our eyes to new vistas in environmental education. Dr. Shanti is the organizing secretary of this conference, and I heard that it is a dream come moment for her. She has been meticulously planning for this seminar for about the past 3 or 4 months, along with her organizing team, without disturbing even the regular classes. On behalf of everyone present here, I thank Dr. Shanti for giving us a wonderful opportunity to listen to world-class leaders in eco-criticism. Shall we all stand up? Shall we all stand up and give her a round of applause to show our gratitude to her? Please sit down. I thank our head of the department, Dr. Shobana, and the UG head of the department, Dr. Suresh Frederick, who are the pillars of support behind the screen to all the academic activities of our department. They have been shouldering the responsibilities along with the organizing secretary in order to make this conference a grand success. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I thank all the chairpersons, teachers from our college and other colleges, researchers, paper presenters, and our beloved students for contributing their might towards the successful conduct of this seminar. I also thank the electricians, IT support personnel for their support towards the smooth conduct of this seminar. Okay. If I have failed to thank anyone, it is because of my poor memory Please forgive me. I thank everyone. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
With this, we come to a close of the virtual international conference on environmental imagination and greening of literary studies. A gentle reminder to the participants who are still here, if you have not registered your feedback, kindly do register your feedback through the link that is provided to you. Thank you, one and all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.